Okay, can everyone hear? Well, the organizational meeting of January 2nd, 2025 for the 2025-2027 council term, please come to order.
Mahalo.
Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha and hau'oli makahiki ho. No testifiers in Hanacho.
Councilmember Yuki Lei Sugimura.
Aloha, everybody. Looking forward to a very productive meeting. Here we go.
And Councilmember Nohelani Uuhajins.
Aloha, everyone.
Mayor, you have 9 members present, which means
Mahalo. A stark reminder of how celebration can turn into such tragedy. An issue perhaps that will be taken up by this body sometime, maybe this session. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mahalo. Before we proceed with today's agenda, may I please request that everyone keep their microphones muted unless it is your time to speak. Decorum shall be maintained at all times. Madam Clerk, please proceed with testimony.
thank you. At this time, individuals may testify on any item on the meeting agenda. To be added to the testifier log online, please raise your hand in Teams. Once you've been added to the testifier log, staff will lower your hand. If you're calling in by phone, follow the phone prompts to be added to the testifier log. Testifiers will be listed in the order of sign-up, and you can check your place in line by clicking on the testifier log in the chat. When your name is called to testify, please identify the agenda item number that you are testifying on, and if you wish to testify later, at the time the item is called, please notify us. Mr. Mayor, the first person to testify is Jen Mather. She's testifying on resolutions 25-1 and 25-5, and she will be followed by Katie Austin.
Aloha kako. My name is Jen Mather, and congratulations, everyone. I just flew in and I got here 30 minutes ago from California, so I'm a little, so I'm sorry. So I wrote some stuff down. I'm testifying on 25-1 and 25-2. For 25-1, about the chair, I'd like to support Councilmember Paulton as chair. She's proven herself as a community-driven, forward-thinking member of this council for, I think this is our fourth term? Our fourth term. I know she'd be an amazing chair that could point the agenda for this body in the direction needed to be balanced and fair, that would create legislation and help create legislation that would help the administration to do the best for our county. And then for 25-2, for your standing committees, for your housing, there's obviously going to be a housing committee. So I think Gabe, council member Johnson, sorry, Gabe, did a fantastic job when he was chair. And maybe if we get him back in there to work that master agenda for the people of Maui rather than just the developers and the predation of our Aina and our Vai and our people, we would have a better chance for our people to actually stay here, right? And then I said this 2 years ago, and I'm going to say it again. I think there should be a DRIP loop. I know it's DRIP, and it's disaster resilience preparation or international planning, but I also think that land use should be in there because Councilmember Paulton is excellent at that. If you're not going to make her chair, which I think you should make her chair. So, yes, that's it. Thank you very much. Aloha. No questions, right? No.
Mr. Mayor, the next testifier is Katie Austin, testifying on resolutions 25-5, County Communication 25-1 and 25-2, to be followed by Carlos Lamas.
Aloha, everyone. Katie Austin, testifying on my own behalf, and congratulations to all of the council members. I am testifying in support of both of the amendments. I do believe that the need for public meetings at night in the areas most affected by these specific bills is extremely important. As we have experienced specifically in Lahaina, our community does want to be involved with measures that affect them directly, but within normal meeting times, coming here during the day is extremely difficult with a lot of our community holding jobs and with their rebuilding. And I feel that it's not just Lahaina that believes that as well, so I would hope that you would support both of those resolutions as well. And I do want to recommend the appointment of Councilmember Paulton for the DRIP committee as well, Chair. And I just want to mahalo her for her continued dedication to our Lahaina community and everything she has done. And yeah, mahalo, guys.
Mayor, the next testifier is Carlos Lamas testifying on County Communications 25-1 and 25-2 to be followed by Zandra Amaral Kraus.
Aloha. My name is Carlos Lamas. I am a resident of South Maui. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding public hearing rules. I am here to voice my strong support for the two amendments. The chair will determine the date, time, and location of a public hearing in the community area most affected at 4:30 or later. This adjustment acknowledges the reality that many residents, especially working families, cannot attend daytime sessions. Second, I also support allowing the council member who introduces a bill the first opportunity to present it before the committee they chair. This promotes fairness and efficiency in addressing issues within a member's expertise. Lastly, maybe most importantly, is to hold fair hearings. So what does that mean? No cutting down public testimony. I repeat, no cutting down public testimony. This is not one of the amendments for you today on adopting the rules of the council. However, cutting down public testimony should never happen. This is one of the only times for the public to support, reject, or offer input to amend whatever it is being proposed. Limiting public testimony should never be allowed. Aloha and mahalo for your time.
Chair, the next testifier is Zandra Amaral Kraus, testifying on resolutions 25-1 through 25-11, and she will be followed by Rhiannon Chandler Lau.
Aloha kakaiaka, honorable council members. I am really glad to see all of you seated where you were before the elections. I'd like to say thank you, first of all, humbly, because you, as part of an administration, served Maui County on, well, two of the most devastating catastrophes could happen to any county, any state, any country. First being COVID, the second being the destruction of my family's hometown, Lahaina, where my great-great-grandfather's house still stands. I'd like to thank you for that. I'd like to, on resolution 1, 25, they'll all be 25, yeah? On 1, I humbly ask you to follow your heart. You have both worked, you have all worked collaboratively through this last years that you have served us. So I humbly ask that you use your collaborative knowledge, because you know what is best. You do the works behind these doors. Whoever you feel would lead you with humility, and those that will show up in this chamber when our meetings take place. And for number 2, I would say the same testimony. Select someone who you know will be humble, someone who knows the needs of our Native people, someone who knows the needs of our kupuna, someone who knows the needs of our children. Bring them into the fold, because I know you know who would be best in that capacity. And for all the other committees, I know, council members, that, again, you know who served you the best, as I do. I sat in practically on every one of your meetings. Housing Lahaina and Molokai, where my family lives, Lanai, where my family lives, and Lahaina, where my family originated from. I know you all care very deeply about it, but it is my humble prayer that you all look at who would serve us in housing best. Someone who is detached from developers. Someone who knows really the needs of our residents of Maui County, who will look also into the fact that we cannot keep building affordable homes until we prioritize these affordable homes for, in fact, our local people who have lived here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 generations. That's what we must look for. And for those in the aging, someone who can understand what it is to be a kapuna like myself. Someone who understands the difficulties that we go through, that will be there to assist us. And for all the other committees, I know in my heart of hearts, again, I say, that I know you'll do what is right. You have worked collaboratively for the people of Maui County, giving all that you had to you and your families who sacrificed their time that you might serve us. I say mahalo nui loa. Mahalo and Happy New Year. Ahui ho.
Mayor, the next testifier is Rhiannon Chandler Iao, testifying on County Communications 25-1 and 25-2, to be followed by Constantine Nikuden.
Aloha, my name is Rhiannon Tereri Chandler Iao. Aloha, Honorable Mayor and council members. Happy New Year, and thank you for your continued service to Maui County. I am here primarily to testify in support of CC 25-1 and 25-2. As a 5-year member of the CRC, I know how important it is to community members that the issues be heard in their community, and also how difficult it was and how much scoldings we got for holding the meeting in the CRC room, you know, on the day of an important meeting when folks had to go to work. And so having meetings at night is really important to the community members, and I really thank you all for putting this forward. And then also the idea that the member who introduces the bill is the first person to be able to address it and really explain its purpose to the council members. I think that that's very, very wonderful because of the people who put that bill together. They work so hard, and it would be important that they're the ones who get to explain it. As for the other issues regarding who should be chair of all of these things, all I want to say is we had that beautiful testimony this morning from that amazing young girl who said that we cannot have community without unity. And I'll just speak from my heart and say that I know that our community has been fractured over the years, and we definitely look to you for leadership and guidance. And there have been some key moments when it related to the environment and when it related to water or other things where you all were united and you stood for what you felt was right. And I just ask that you, just to echo the previous testimony, just look in your heart and feel who you believe will be best for these roles to serve all of the people of Maui County. Mahalo.
Chair, the next testifier is Constantine Nikuden, testifying on Resolution 25-1, to be followed by Stacy Alapai.
Good morning for everybody. My name Constantine. I speak Russian very well. I speak English so-so. I'm from Pennsylvania. I born in Ukraine 69 years ago. I have for you many good news. News number one, God is love. Everywhere for everybody. Another good news, Spirit from love holy. For everybody who is thirsty. Another good news, I help for poor people in my state, in Pennsylvania. Because many poor people in Pennsylvania are thirsty. Who's thirsty? My body, because I'm thirsty. Who stuck up, use many different ways? I don't like it in other ways. In other ways, not good for me. I focus to love. Spirit from God show me nearer way to God. Spirit from God help me understand thought from God. Thought from God holy. Thought from people so-so. Spirit from God, show me will of God, gospel of Jesus Christ, and way to God, and door to God. God is love, and voice from God. Jesus lives in my heart. I hear his voice. I love voice of Jesus. I follow Jesus because Jesus is gift from love for everybody who's thirsty. Who's thirsty in Hawaii? My thirst, my body. I help for Hawaii, for everybody who's thirsty. I make 1,000 copies for my state, from Pennsylvania, for poor people. I make lots of copies. God training me after God showed me my job in America. Because many people in Hawaii too believe in God. Not many hear voice from God. My sheep hear my voice and follow me. I follow Jesus. I use narrow way. Peace, joy, happiness, life, love, wisdom, glory, power from God. Not for everybody who believes in Jesus. For everybody who's thirsty. Who's thirsty? To light. Because light is life. No light, no life. Thank you very much. God bless.
The next testifier is Stacy Alapai. And Ms. Alapai, if you could please let us know when you join us online what agenda item you'll be testifying on, and she'll be followed by Kim Willenbrink.
Aloha, council members, and congratulations on your inauguration today. I'm testifying in support of CC 25-1 and CC 25-2. You've heard from me a number of times about the importance of public testimony and public input about all of the decisions being made at the council, and this need for public meetings in the areas that it impacts the most, especially at times that more people are able to attend and give their mana'o, is very important. I attended the inauguration ceremony today and also listened to the keynote speaker who stressed the importance of supporting the community and supporting the people who live here and providing as many opportunities as possible for the people to have a voice in the decisions being made in this body. And so I think that these amendments are crucial to ensuring that opportunities for the public to have a voice are not stifled, because I was very disappointed at the end of the last session at the many attempts to limit public testimony. And I think that these kinds of rules should be applied across the board to ensure that the community has a voice in these decisions. As far as the other resolutions of appointing people to committees and chair positions, I support Gabe Johnson to the chair of Housing and Agriculture, whichever one that he prefers. I also support Shane Sinechi being the chair of the VI committee. I think that he has a wealth of experience, especially coming from East Maui, and those decisions are going to be really important over this term for all of you. And we really need to show that in appointing these leadership positions of where the priorities are. And I think it should be on East Maui, where we are taking their water. I also support County Rollins Fernandez as chair of the Aloha Aina committee. And I haven't spoken to any of them about this, but I would really love to see for the chair, Councilmember Paulton or Rollins Fernandez, because they both seem to really understand the rules and be able to put the people first in their decisions of the order of how operations of how these meetings are conducted. And I really have a lot of hope for this council to not abuse the majority that you have, and to fulfill your oaths that you made today to support the people of Maui County over any kind of profits or industries, because really that's what you're here to do over the next 2 years, is to support the people who live here and protect our environment. Mahalo for giving me the time to speak.
Mayor, the next testifier is Kim Willenbrink, testifying on Resolution 25-1, and she will be followed by Kai Nishiki.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members. I look and I see my family. You know, I've watched you over decades, and you bring so much history and knowledge to this council chamber. Thank you so much. And thank you for standing by me Tamara, when the fire happened, and I watched you and I watched Mayor and all of your grief still be able to stand, it gave me strength. You have great work to do the next 2 years, and I am so pleased that I'm looking at the same 9 members. You can do this. And the difficult decisions you have to make before you make them, pause, and then you'll know. You'll know. And finally, I just wanted to end by saying thank you to Council Services. It's where I got my start. So many of us have gotten our start there. They serve you well. David Rotz is a wonderful person. He's my mentor. And keep asking him to give you good advice. And we'll get through the next 2 years. We'll do this. We can do this. Thank you very much.
The next testifier is Kai Nishiki, testifying on Resolution 25-1 and County Communications 25-1 and 25-2, and she will be followed by Leonard Nakoa.
Aloha Mayor, Council members, Kai Nishiki. I'm testifying on my own behalf, although I am a registered Aloha Aina lobbyist. Wanted to say congratulations. At the end of the year, there's 3 things. There's Christmas, New Year's, and then for all of us political nerds, there's the council inauguration. So congratulations. Very inspired and thankful to have such a wonderful keynote speaker. We often have, folks who have like years of experience and all these degrees and things, and that's great. But it's also wonderful to have the voice of the youth, of our future generations, and who this council and the administration make decisions every day that impact our daily lives. So that was really inspiring. And I would love to also mahalo this council for prioritizing West Maui in your decisions and in your budget deliberations last year, and very, very grateful for that consideration. For Resolution 25-1, electing the chair of the council, I think Chair Lee has demonstrated fairness and leadership in that position, and I think that she should continue as chair. I think that you don't always have to agree politically or with folks' decisions, but you just want someone in that position that is fair, doesn't hold things up, doesn't play favorites, just everything runs by the book. And I think that's what you're looking for in a chair, and she's demonstrated that. As for Director of Council Services and the Office of Council Services, staff is what makes the world go round. Everybody has titles and they're in front of the TV, but it's those who are working behind the scenes that make this county work. And so fully give them kudos and thank you for all of your work. And hopefully we can just get more of you so that we can have our county fully staffed and ready to serve our community. For the amendments, CC 25-1 and 25-2, also fully support that. Council members who take the time and energy and listen to their community and then propose legislation, they should be able to champion those initiatives and the hard work that they've done in their own committees. So that is great. And then also to hear the voices of our community is really important, near where they live, because if you are getting off work and you gotta feed the kids and do homework and all that stuff, it's nice to just be able to go 5 minutes from your house here and contribute to the decisions that are being made about your community, in your community. And so fully support those amendments. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
The next testifier is Leonard Nakoa, testifying on County Communications 25-1 and 25-2, and he will be followed by the person signed on to the meeting as meeting guest.
Yes, how's it guys? Congratulations. But, yeah, us guys, the people, yeah. That building over there is us, the people's one, yeah. So, when we come to testify, yeah, please do not take our time away. Okay, the 3 minutes and add the 1 more minute to finish up. That already is short. And then you guys like try to take away. Please don't take away our voice. Okay, Hawaiians. That's what we've been getting. The treatment we've been getting from America, the scrub nation. Okay, they always take away our voice. Yeah. So please stop doing that. Yeah. Another thing is like, yeah. Whoever gonna make the bill, we'll like introduce some bill. Yeah. You know, if I go talk to Gabe, you know, anything about Lanai, you know, so some people tell me, well, maybe we'll make them in Lanai. Same thing with Lahaina, you know. You're like that kind. Take them to us, the people. The one that the bill is supposedly trying to help. Yeah, so please, give us, the people, our voice and come listen to the people in the district and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, please, just don't take away our voice. I don't know what kind of excuses you guys like give for limiting our cutting our time. Yeah, a scrub. That's so scrub, you know. And can you imagine if you had them in a district, people can actually come over there at nighttime. Yeah, I'm gonna talk sorry about these other projects, and I holding meetings, one in the morning and one in the evening, so both people can come, man, when they go work. If there's some guys work nighttime, they come the morning one. Some guys who work daytime can come the night one. Let's make it so where us, the people, can get more involved in this thing and be a part of this system instead of you guys controlling everything, and we get screwed and stepped on. Yeah, because the end of the year last year, oh brah, I was gonna bring my mask over there, my clown mask, because I think it was a circus. Yeah, you guys like come over there and just take away our time and take the voices away from us, the people. Yeah, you guys, again, you guys are serving us. So please do not limit that for us, okay? And make smart choices about all the chairpersons, yeah, for all the different departments. Like Barashing and him, we good with the water and all that, because you got to deal with them every day. Yeah? And then, I know what, nobody better than Mrs. Kiani Rani. So bagay choke a lot. Yeah, so I mean, and get out of them, the LU, the HLU. Yeah, that is very important. That a housing one. Make sure that person is doing them know what the heck they're talking about. Okay, and make sure they listen to the people. Like again, always gonna say that. Listen to the people. You're planning on, but I'm gonna kind of stop them like that. You go take some action, but again. Let's go. Let's kick some ass this year and next year, and let's make sure we make Maui great again. Shoots. Peace.
And currently, Mr. Mayor, the last person signed up to testify at the beginning of the meeting is meeting guest. Meeting guest, it's your opportunity to testify.
Is that me?
If you've signed up as meeting guest, that would be you. And if you could please let us know what agenda item you will be testifying on.
All right. Got it. My name is Edward Cordelia. Congratulations to the council members that all got reelected. And Mr. Mayor, welcome back. I'm calling just to put my support in for a few of these positions that are up here. For council chair, I would recommend that you put Ms. Rollins Fernandez in, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez in, as the council chair. She seems to have the best understanding of the process and what needs to be done. And I'd recommend the West Maui council member for the co-chair, and the pro tempore, I would recommend the East Maui council member. I think that these three know what the work is ahead and are willing to get dirty and do the work. Even though some people may not be happy with the decisions that they're going to have to make, I think that they're going to represent the people the best going forward. And for housing, I'd recommend the council member from Molokai here, and this is your home, just like it's our home. And again, the best of luck. Aloha.
Mr. Mayor, we do have an additional testifier who is signed up, and that is Jean Lindo, testifying on resolutions 25-1 and 25-2.
Aloha, Mayor and council members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of CC 25-1 and 2. I think I just have one thing to ask you to think about in CC 25-2. B says that the rule of the requirements may only be avoided if justification is provided by the council or that you have a majority vote. And I would just like to ask, as somebody from Molokai and also for my Ohana on Lanai, that be weighed out. I would hope that it wouldn't even be there, that there wasn't a choice whether you had to be in the district or not. Because depending on who you are and what the political will is on the floor, you could decide that there is justification, but the people in Molokai wouldn't necessarily agree. And so I feel like that addition to the amendment gives room for somebody to decide. And if we're going to decide that we want to have it in a district, let's just have it in a district with no easy way out. That would be mine. But in saying that, I also want to say that this council is very near and dear to my heart. I want to support with all of my heart Chair Lee to continue as a chair of the council. I have been privy for the last 6 years to see the inside of the workings, and it's easy for testifiers to stand up here, demand things to be done, tell you what you need to do and what you don't do right. But I know how hard every member works and what kinds of heartfelt things and decisions and tears and anger and frustration go into this job. And so what I saw of Chair Lee is her ability to be the mother hen. When I grow up, I would like to be like you, but long time more before I catch you up in age. So, but I just want to say that I watch her conduct herself with wisdom and with the professionalism that is necessary. And I also hear how much people grumble to her and about her, and yet on the floor, she always conducts herself with the epitome of professionalism. And then I also want to support Kiani in our Aloha Aina committee, so much better title than the first one we had. So I just want to support that. It really is just the committee that is maha'oi in everybody else's business. That's what it is. That's what we gave. And then just support you guys in whatever decisions you make. You're a great team. And so for all the grumbling and frustration you have with each other and with the decisions and challenges, I want you folks to know that I'm proud to work for you. I'm proud of the work that you do. And I'm proud of the hearts that you have to continue this service, because this is not an easy job. And so, yeah. Well, I'm not going anywhere either. So if you guys want to vote for me for something, that's cool too. But anyways, thank you. Mahalo. Mahalo, Mayor. Hey, Mayor, you're doing a good job too. Thank you on the back. Okay, thank you.
The next testifier is Liko Wallace, testifying on resolutions 25-1 and 25-2.
Aloha and congratulations, Council. That inauguration was beautiful. I congratulate all of you. Doing a good job. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of CC 25-1 and CC 25-2. I just wanted to make it short and sweet and say that I am in strong support of these two and pray that you guys will accept it. Look forward to this new year, 2025, and all that is coming down the road, and pray that you guys all will have a heart of sincerity for your community, and look forward to having other opportunities to come and speak before you. Mahalo.
This time, there are no other testifiers signed up. If you would like to testify and are in chambers, please make your way to the podium. Mayor, it looks as though Mr. Law would like to testify.
Aloha kakahiaka. No, sorry, that was for this morning. Sorry I missed your inauguration. I was there. I was outside. I was sitting out by the statue on the bench. J.C. Law. Aloha avakea, Mr. Governor. Governor Bisson. I read somewhere in the old Hawaiian Constitution. I'm trying to learn this, the rules and regulations and stuff and all that kind. For the alaka'i leadership. There's supposed to be a governor for each island, I think. That's what it says. This is not Washington, D.C. This is America. I mean, so, hemo, I'm prepared. This is not America, although a lot of people are. Ho'o haole ia. And something peculiar happened when I came up to the 8th floor today, and I looked for the baibala there on the windowsill where it's been sitting for the past year, and it's gone. So hopefully somebody is reading it somewhere. And also in the Constitution, the old Constitution of Hawaii, the one that the king, Kalakaua, it says that Jehovah is the law. So I appreciate the visitor from Pennsylvania over here explaining to us about the light and stuff. And so to get back to the agenda here, I didn't even know this meeting was occurring until I came in yesterday. I just thought it was the inauguration today, so I had some mixed feelings on all this stuff. And like the girl said before, this is kind of like family, so I don't like to see my family fight. But I would like to see if the leadership continues with Chair Lee on Resolution 25-1, that she kind of reads that part where Tamara Paulton reads all the time in the beginning, where it says the Queen gave up her government under threat of violence. So my time's running out, so if I wanted to focus on any one thing, it would be the Resolution 25-6 and 25-7, the Council Services Office. I'm very happy with David Rotz and his staff, and something's going on in the clerk's office. Doesn't seem like it's not as friendly as it used to be. So I would like to specifically thank Ambassador Martin and Jean Pokipala for their continued cooperation with helping members of the public that are interested in local government in Maui. Thank you for your time, Mr. Bisson. And I second Kiani Rollins-Fernandez for I second a previous speaker's thing. And I'm pretty sure we're going to hear some good stuff coming up on county communications, too.
There are currently no other people signed up to testify. If there is anyone who would like to testify, you can make your way to the podium. Otherwise, if you are online, you can raise your hand in Teams. Oh, it looks like we have one. If you just please state your name.
For my tardiness, I was outside talking to staff. Aloha no. Ho'omai ka'iana, Yaoko. Congratulations to all our council. Aloha, Mayor. Velinamai. My name is Carol Lee Kamikona. I am here to testify on the amendment regarding public hearing. I wish that each and every one of you would listen to the community, visit the community, and ensure that departments that have a say-so on certain bills and legislation, that they visit that community and the AINA. For AINA speaks. You need to get your feet in the lepo. You need to hear kupuna, and you need to listen. That is my testimony to that you have public hearing in whatever community, whatever decision you decide upon is from that community. So I ask you please to approve that part of the amendment. With regards to your council chair, yes, I do agree. Alice, you've done an awesome job. You are mother hen, just like your mom was. I know your mom well from Alulike in Pakukalo with my parents. She was a sweetheart. You do her well. So I know we've had our differences, but I do appreciate and would love to see that you are chair again. This is my one request for all of you. When you choose your committees, please keep Shane with water. He started the East Maui Water Authority, and I believe it needs to stay with him. With regards to housing, e kalamai Gabe, I know you're a mahi'ai, but you did awesome when you were chair of that committee. So I hope that you can get that committee back, because we need housing. Everybody knows that should be the utmost first priority for each and every one of you on this council. For vice, I don't know, Kiani, Tamara, you guys are manavahine. I love you all. Kia kupu. Ahuiho.
This is last call for testimony at the beginning of the meeting. If there's anyone who would like to testify, please make your way to the podium or raise your hand in Teams. Again, this is last call. And the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Mr. Mayor, there is no one else who has indicated a desire to testify.
Member, are there any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony?
No objections.
No objections.
Then Ms. Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to resolutions. So we do need to call for testimony on resolutions. Sorry.
There's currently no one else signed up to testify on resolutions, so if anyone would like to testify, this is your opportunity. You can make your way to the podium if you're in chambers. Otherwise, you can raise your hand if you are in Teams. Again, this is last call, and the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Mr. Mayor, there's no one indicating a desire to testify on resolutions.
Councilmember Keani Rollins.
Mahalo, Chair. I have a procedural question. The two county communications are amending a resolution, and the resolution is, the category is before county communications. And so in making the amendments that is under county communications, those that are waiting to testify or wishing to testify when we get to the county communications section wouldn't have that opportunity.
So your question is whether they should testify now?
The question is, how would our parliamentarians like to handle that procedure?
Mr. Mayor, if you would like to, we could call for a testimony on any of the county communications and then go ahead and take them all up at the same time, if that makes sense.
Any objection to that?
No objections.
All right, let's handle it that way.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll call for a testimony on the two county communications on the agenda. Currently, we have no one signed up to testify. Let's see. Jen Mather. Thank you. County Communication 25-1 and 25-2.
Hello. Sorry, I warned you I was jet lagged and I totally forgot about the county communications. So I'm testifying on county communications 25-1 and 2. So for 25-1, I speak in support of this amendment. I believe this ensures legislative intent is preserved. It fosters the efficiency and aligns the proposals with the relevant experts. So I urge the council to amend or adopt this amendment for a more efficient and expedient process for our legislations. And then for 25-2, I support, again, ensuring public hearings are held at accessible times and locations for the most affected communities. I think it promotes transparency, inclusivity, and meaningful public participation. I've been like that lone person in a public hearing in the middle of the day because my job allows me to be there, but it doesn't always allow everybody to be there. And I was in the boat where I used to work in retail, and I was never there. So the ability to have our community be present in those, even if they're not up here testifying, even if they're just getting information and being better informed on the things that are happening in their community, is better than where we're at right now. So I urge the council to engage in this. However, like the previous testifier from Molokai office, I do think you should remove the exemption because it does allow those requirements to be circumvented. So yes, and I think that would kind of undermine transparency. So yes, mahalo nui.
Mr. Mayor, there currently isn't anyone else signed up to testify on either the resolutions or county communications, so we'll go ahead and give last call for testimony on either the resolutions or county communications. Counting down 3, 2, 1. Mr. Mayor, there's no one else to testify on resolutions or county communications.
All right, then members, are there any objections to closing public testimony at this time?
No objections.
All right, then.
Sorry, I have
Go
another
ahead.
question. Mahalo,
Yes,
Mayor.
Councilmember
Chair.
Rollins Fernandez.
So election of chair is Reso 25-1, but it's in a different section. Are we gonna take that up first? Did you call testimony on that one?
That's what I was stumbling over, and the county clerk did jump in and help me out. We had the election of the chair, you're correct, in a separate category. So we'll go ahead and give, we'll call that up and then give last call for any testimony on election of the chair. That's resolution 25-1. And seeing no one raise their hand or making their way to the podium, count down 3, 2, 1. Mr. Mayor, there is no one to testify on election of the chair, resolution 25-1.
All right, then members, are there any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony for resolution 25-1?
No objections.
All right, there being none, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, calling up resolution 25-1, electing the chair of the council.
Members, the floor is open for a motion. Councilmember Yuki Leisugimura.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor. Appreciate you being here this morning and being with us at the inauguration. Meant a lot to us. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to nominate Chair Lee to retain the seat of chair for the council for the 25 to 27 term.
There's been a motion. There's a second by Councilmember Cook. Any discussion? Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Chair. I just want to speak that I felt that Chair Lee was very even-handed and balanced in the last term. And I think that she's, her experience and her commitment to be very fair to all of us makes her worthy of the position. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this matter? Yes, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I speak in support of the motion because I'm her favorite council member. I know she doesn't want, she that's what she told you too? What? She told me I'm her favorite. So she got my vote. No. But as, testifiers before me said, Chair Lee, since we got to the council, has always works really hard, not only to be fair, but to build camaraderie. And that's something that's really important. One of the testifiers said that we're a great team. And things can get contentious sometimes. And with leadership that Chair Lee brings, it helps to keep us together, even through the hardest discussions. And that's something that I particularly appreciate, the levity that she brings. My jokes are funnier than hers, but see? But I think, laughter is such good medicine, especially in this chamber. And she brings a lot of it. So it's something that's noticeable when it's absent from leadership. And it's something that you also have, Mayor. Levity. And in the heaviness of this work, that laughter is really important, and it helps to keep that one foot in front of the next. Even if we stumble backwards a little bit, we keep, moving forward, holomua. So fully support. I think it would have been good to maybe share the spotlight a little bit, but I think Chair Lee is doing a wonderful job, so I support. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Well said. Would anyone else like to contribute to the discussion? Yes, Council Member Kama.
Thank you very much, Sir Chair, I guess. What I really appreciate about Alice is that she is the veteran council member here. And so what she brings is history, as well as her own experiences working with a previous council for 10 years. And now she's been here now going on her 7th year. And I think I like the idea of having a more senior, that's a good word, a more senior person on the council that helps us and brings us together, as Member Rollins Fernandez said. I can really appreciate that about Member Lee, and the fact that she brings joy, she really does, to us. And, this is a really rowdy bunch when we get to that space, but she's able to bring us all together. And in the end, we always say we love each other, even though the issues sometimes would almost seem as if it would break us, but they never will, because love is what holds us together. So thank you very much, Sir Chair.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, Chair, if I could just interject quickly, Member Sugimura, were you moving to adopt the resolution by inserting Alice Lee's name in as chair?
Well said.
And did you
Point of order?
second? Yes, point of order.
Yeah, it would go, yeah.
It would be separate motions.
Yes,
So
two
the first
separate
motion
motions.
would be to move to adopt.
Yes.
And then
And
it would
then
be up
she would
to.
move to amend.
So we went right to the question. Is that what happened?
Yeah,
Okay.
so they would have to withdraw the motion on the floor unless it was out of order, and then you can recognize the correct motion on the floor.
So the initial motion would be to adopt Resolution 25-1.
Oh. So move. And then we'll add
that
her
was
name.
second by Councilmember
Second.
Cook. Oh, you're Cook. Okay, it'll be second by Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Okay.
And now you'll move to amend.
And I would like to move to amend to insert Alice Lee's name as the Honorable blank is Alice Lee is elected to chair the council.
Second by Member Kama.
Okay.
Do you want to repeat your testimony, your comments? We'll add those into that. Anyone else would like to contribute to the discussion of the amended motion? Yes, Councilmember Paulkin.
I'm just thankful it's not me.
I think that's in support. Anyone else would wish to speak on this?
So, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to just add that when we went to the Hawaii State Association of Counties Conference, she was a speaker, and she may have had everybody laughing about how we are as a council and meetings and whatever. And when after the meeting ended, after her speech, the people in the elevator were from all over the state, and they said, "Wow, your council meetings are really fun, right?" I said, "No." I said, she's a retired DJ, so she has this personality that comes out when, she's speaking in front of the public, but not necessarily with us.
Did she say stuff about me?
No, she did not.
Are you sure? I can go get the tape.
She did. She did not.
Okay, I was just checking. That's what made it funny. I wanted to add to everything you folks have said. She's also the only one among you who's been a director in the county. So she knows what it's like, what all of our directors have to go through before they come here as well. So you're right about her experience. I have no place to speak, but I thought I'd throw that in there. Anybody else wish to speak to the motion?
Chair, you the mayor, you can do what you want up there.
People think that, but that's not true. If there's no more testimony,
let's vote.
Then
We'll vote
call for
first
the
on the
vote.
motion to amend.
Okay, we'll take a vote on the motion to amend. Madam Clerk? Oh, I just called for the vote. Okay, call for the vote.
Aye.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, unanimous.
And now the vote will be on the main motion as amended.
On the main motion as amended, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Well, congratulations, Chair Lee.
Call a recess.
Yes, I will follow the script. Members, if there are no objections, I will call a recess until the call of the chair to allow council to take over and lead the rest of the meeting. All right, we're in recess. I gotta do this. There you go.
Mahalo, Mayor.
for the organizational meeting of January 2nd, 2025. Please reconvene. Thank you, members. Appreciate your vote and support, and I know the road is always challenging, but, you know, we're going to try our best to work together, stick together through thick and Member Kama, seconded by Member Hodgins. Member Kama, seconded by Member Hodgins, to adopt Resolution -2. To adopt Resolution -2. Discussion. Discussion. Member Kama.
No, I just want to.
Member Kama.
No, I just want to keep this going so we can end on time today. Keep this going so we can end on time today.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Any discussion? Member Rollins Fernandez. Member Rollins Fernandez.
For Resolution 25-2? For Resolution 25-2?
Yes.
Failed to mahalo those that testified in support of myself and Member Paulton serving as council chair. So mahalo, and Member Paulton serving as council chair. So mahalo to all of our community members. So much aloha back to you. As the testifiers spoke to Member Paulton, Member Paulton has shown such tremendous. I think she'll be a wonderful vice chair. I think she'll be a wonderful vice chair. Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Johnson. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I second the motion and appreciate Councilmember Rollins Fernandez for. Thank you, Chair. I second the motion and appreciate Councilmember Rollins Fernandez for proposing the motion. We went through a travesty that we shouldn't have to have gone through, but it happened. So now, moving forward, the focus should be
us together on more issues than not. So I can support the motion, Chair. Thank you. Support the motion, Chair. Thank you.
Any more discussion?
That the motion was to adopt Resolution 20. That the motion was to adopt Resolution 25-2. So I'm going to make an amendment to this too, but I'm not sure if this is the right time. Because I thought we were in discussion of 25-2.
Well, no, you made that motion.
Yeah.
And then an amendment was made to add her Member Paulton's name.
Okay.
So we're going to be voting on Member Paulton. Okay?
So can I make my amendment after this then?
Yes.
Thank you.
So any more discussion? So we would need a roll call on this one. Unless you have comments, Madam Clerk?
No, Chair.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. As you kind of shared in your remarks, I think it shows good faith for a little give and take. While we get along and work together and vote on 80% of items unanimously, or it's not contentious, there's obviously a 5-4 split when it comes to certain things, particularly development, tourism, and housing projects that desecrate Aina and Ibikupuna, that are not affordable for our people, and displace Kanaka. And I think that Member Paulton has really proved herself, and we had a lot of testimony supporting her as council chair. So this is vice chair. You rarely take a day off, even when you're really sick. So it's not really like she'll be serving as chair, because you don't go out on sick days. Anyway, so I think I would like to support the testifiers in urging us to consider Member Paulton in a leadership position on our council. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Well, I just want to say that, of course, all of you are actually qualified to be vice chair. But in the case of Member Paulton, I was hoping that she would have a more expanded role as chair of the committee so that she will be in charge of recovery, in not only resiliency, but recovery in West Maui. So I'm hoping she'd want to do that. That's way more responsibility than being vice chair.
Or is it an either-or situation? She
Well,
cannot do
that's
both?
what I was thinking of, because
Either-or.
no, I'm just saying that for me, that is a perfect position for her. Being vice chair is basically, I rarely take a day off, as you guys know. And so the vice chair doesn't have much to do, really.
Precisely my point, Chair, which is why it shouldn't be an issue to have someone from the minority serving in this position that really doesn't have much to do. It's really just a title.
Yeah. Okay, everybody ready to vote? Roll call.
Councilmember Kama?
No.
Councilmember Sugimura?
No.
Councilmember Paulton?
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson? Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
No.
Councilmember Hodgins?
No.
Councilmember Sinensi?
Aye.
Council Chair Lee?
No.
Chair, there are 5 noes, 4 ayes, motion fails.
Back to Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. So I move to amend Resolution 25-2 to add Yukile Sugimura's name to the resolution.
Moved by Member Kama, seconded by Member Hodgins, to amend the motion to add the name of Member Yukile Sugimura to be vice chair. Discussion, Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. In response to what testifiers have said, but also with what other testifiers have said and what other people have not said, is that we want to be able to appoint people that we all said that we believe, that we can believe in. And I know that everybody believes in each other on this council. But some of us have a different belief when it comes to different types of leadership roles. And Tam, I've never told you this, but I really love you because of the hard work that she does and the commitment and the dedication that she has showed all of us, not just us here, but the entire county and even beyond our county in terms of HSAC and in terms of NACO and in terms of what goes beyond our shores. And I would love for her to retain what she's going to be moving into as we move forward and not have to burden her with any more things. But that's my discussion, Chair. Thank you.
Discussion from anyone else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I speak in opposition to the motion on the floor because I think that Member Paulton would be a better vice chair because she knows procedure. Member Sugimura really struggles with parliamentary procedure, and it often ends up making meetings take longer because then we have to walk her through it, or someone has to correct her, and it just takes up more time, and that's not fair to all of us, our families, and those that are watching our meetings, that are participating in government. Like you said, it's just a title, but it's more than just that. It's a symbol to hold the chair position, the vice chair, and I'm sure the pro temp as well. And the talk of camaraderie and collaboration just feels very hollow right now. and very disingenuous. And I think everyone can see that. It's very blatant, the 5-4, majority, minority. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, roll call.
Councilmember Kama,
Yes.
Councilmember Sugimura,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulden,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Aye.
Councilmember Senenzi,
No.
Council Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, there are 6 ayes, 3 noes. Motion carries.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm calling Resolution 25-3, appointing the presiding officer pro tempore of the council.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. I move to adopt Resolution 25-3.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 25-3 by Member Sugimura and Member Hodgins. Discussion.
So I also like to amend this resolution to add Member Kama's name to the resolution to be the appointed presiding officer pro tempore of the council.
Second. Moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Hodgins to amend the motion to insert the name of Member Kama for the office of pro tempore of the council. Discussion, Member Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you. I think all of us, since we are returning members, remember last election where Tasha stepped in to be the chair until you were then elected by the Supreme Court, Hawaii Supreme Court. And I appreciated her leadership during that, and that would be a similar role that she would have to take. Appreciate her leadership, and I always say she's, well respected in the community. So, thank you.
Any more discussion on this? Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. I can still love someone and vote not in opposition. So I'll be voting in opposition of the motion. Chair, as I stated, I guess we're gonna start from day one, just, steamroll through. I think that the super PACs are probably proud that their money was well spent. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, roll call.
Councilmember Kama,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulden,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Aye.
Councilmember Senenzi,
No.
Council Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, there are 5 ayes, 4 noes. Motion carries.
Okay. Next
Thank you,
item.
members.
Need
Next
motion
item.
as amended?
The motion as amended. Any more discussion? Roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Kama,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulden,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Aye.
Councilmember Senenzi,
No.
Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, there are 5 ayes, 4 noes. Motion carries.
Next item.
Thank you, Chair. I'm calling Resolution 25-4, adopting the rules of the council.
All right. Members? You need more time on this, or you want to go through it now? Okay, ready to vote?
You didn't entertain a motion yet.
No, but, no, are you?
Oh,
Ready to start?
well, I have my 2 amendments, Chair.
Okay. Okay.
But if anyone wants more time, I don't.
Anybody
object.
want a little bit more time, or are you ready to go?
I just have one discussion.
Yes, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. This is the rules of the council, and before we get into the amending it, I just want to say, I'm a reflective learner kind of guy. I look back and learn from the past. Last year, I had a lot of absent members in my committee, and it was really killing me. The amount, so many times I was at bare quorum, and I think that the committee work should be priority on our members. So I used to be a school teacher. I don't want to go back into attendance, but please, members, if you can, try to make all committees a priority if you're a member of it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right. So a motion, Member Sugimura.
Thank you. So I'll do the main motion to adopt Resolution 25-4, the rules of the council.
Second.
Moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama, to adopt Resolution 25-4, adopting the rules of the council. Discussion, Member Sugimura.
Yes, I guess there's amendments that are coming up, so I look forward to that, and then we can talk about it in whole. Chair.
Member Paulton.
I'd like to make an amendment, please. I move to amend rule number 2 and renumber it rule number 7 and renumber rule number 7, rule number 2, so that we can still have 7B presentations instead of 2B presentations.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. For your consideration, what if we hear all of the amendments and then we take a recess so that we can, if that's just a renumbering from 2 to 7, then that's not
That's pretty minor.
I'm going to have to really think about that.
It's major in the fact that then, we don't have to explain to everyone what a 7B presentation was and what a 2B.
So, Chair, if instead of entertaining the motions to amend right now, if we can just hear all the amendments, because I don't know if anyone else has amendments, and then that way we can take a recess and then think about the amendments that everyone has.
Okay. Anybody have objections to doing that?
No.
Consider all the amendments. Okay. Any more amendments? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So my 2 proposed amendments are on the agenda as CC 25-1 and CC 25-2. Mahalo, Lauren. And so 25-1 is, so it'll read, the council member who introduces a bill or resolution has the right of first offer to have the bill or resolution referred to the committee they chair. And so that would treat all the legislation that's transmitted by the administration would go to the subject matter committee. And then the council member that does the work in drafting and then introducing the legislation, so council member initiated legislation, would go to that council member that authored the legislation or offered to have that legislation referred to the committee that that council member chairs. And then that way, generally, we don't introduce legislation until it's, ready to go, that we've worked with our resource, a community, staff, corp council on getting it, where it's ready to be considered by this body. And so I think it's appropriate for that council member who knows the legislation the best and has the connections to those resource personnel or community members, spearhead that effort, and then it doesn't end up languishing intentionally or unintentionally in someone's committee who they don't really know what that legislation is about. And as committee chairs don't necessarily have the expertise of that subject matter that they chair. It's mostly just politics. And then the second one, CC 25-2, would require public hearings to be in the location. So after 4:30, so after work, pauhana time, and in the community plan area that's most affected by the bill or resolution. If there isn't a specific community plan area that it more affects, then it could just be here in the chambers. If it's like countywide. But otherwise, the purpose of the public hearings is to give the community an opportunity to speak to legislation, and most times people have an easier time testifying after work time and in the community in which they live. So those are the two. And again, it's 25-1 and 25-2, so it's on Granicus. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, clarifying questions on that one? So we have mine that were passed up. Well, I have just one. And then member Yukile Sugimura. So that's 3. Any more?
Chair,
On yours is the numbers.
Yeah. I was wondering if the passed out ones wanted to explain theirs similar to how Member Rollins Fernandez explained hers.
Okay, since mine is similar to hers, I am not opposing her suggestion. I'm wondering if, sometimes when we need to have a public hearing in the location, there might be delays in trying to get a flight or a boat or whatever. So what I'm saying that we should be able to opt to have the option of interactive online, but have a place designated for the people to testify if it's on Lanai, if it's on Molokai, that they have a place to go. But the members themselves, for one reason or another, don't have to be there. They can appear online. Yes, Member Paulton.
For clarification, they could though, if they wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they could go. So that was mine. So then Member Sugimura.
Thank you. I received inquiry about why are we changing today away from Robert's Rules of Orders to that Rosenberg Rules of Order, both revised 2011, which is Rule 10. And so that's why I'm making this amendment. This may be a good idea, but it may give the time for the council members as well as the community to then learn what this Rosenberg Rules of Order is, and maybe if we could refer it to Great Committee or a committee like that so that it could be discussed in the community through that process.
If that's what the body wants, the whole purpose of that is to make the rules more concise. The Rosenberg rules amount to about 10 pages. Robert's Rules is over 400 pages, which I bet nobody here has read. So, just trying to be practical. But if the body wants it to go to the Great Committee, I see 1 no, 2 no's, 3 no's. And what is that? You don't know.
Because we didn't have a motion on the floor.
Chair, point of order.
Yes.
We're just discussing it. We're not making a decision right
Yeah,
now.
we're not making a decision.
We requested a recess after, so we could think about whether we wanted to change 2 to 7, 7 to 2.
Right. And whether or not we want to deal with this issue of Robert's Rules today or another time.
We can think about that during the recess too, yeah, Chair?
Yeah. Okay.
Chair, and I'm sorry, before you call a recess, we just have to go back to one item.
Did we miss
yes.
Okay, what did we miss?
On Resolution 25-2, electing the Vice Chair of the Council, the amendment to insert Councilmember Sugimura's name into the blank on the Vice Chair resolution passed 6-3, but we did not take a vote on the main motion as amended.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's fine. Let's take a vote on the main motion for the vice chair's position. The main motion as amended. May we have a roll call?
Thank you. Pro Tempore Tasha Kama,
Yes.
Councilmember Sugimura,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Uu Hudgens,
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi,
No.
Council Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, there are 6 ayes, 3 noes. Motion carries. Thank you for it.
Okay, now, did we miss any ASFs?
One more, it's gonna be an audible.
Oh, audible, okay, Member Paulton.
I'd also like to swap numbers 12 and 18.
Why?
Because, you know, we always say resource person, Rule 18A. I don't want to change it to Rule 12A.
Oh, okay, I see.
Consistency.
Consistency. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I'm not opposed to renumbering the 2 to 7, or the 7 to 2, swapping the 2 and 7 and 12 and 18. Perhaps if a rationale could be given for why the order is presented in the way it is. Chair?
Yes.
Maybe Mr. Rotz.
Mr. Rotz.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think we have a rationale for the order, so we would defer to the body's preference. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, sometimes irrational is good. Okay, any more things to think about when we take our recess? Oh, Member Sugimura, you're holding this back. You want to explain yours? Member Sugimura?
This motion is because if there's an amendment to a second and final bill, then I didn't want us to be able to just move forward and vote, but to lay it on the council, on the floor, or on, chair's floor,
On the table,
whatever
on
it's
the table.
called. Yeah. So that's what this is. This is Rule 19.
You do realize that we invoke this mostly with budget items?
Not always.
I know, but a lot of times. Well, we'll think about it during the recess.
Okay.
Any more to think about? And let's not take too long now, okay, during the recess. I mean, just think of this. Our decision today is not final. I mean, in other words, we can change it if something's not working the way we thought it was going to work, okay? So are you ready for a recess?
Mm-hmm.
Ready? How much time do you need?
10 minutes.
Okay. So we're talking about 3:54. Return at 3:54. This meeting is in recess. Will the council meeting of January 2nd, 2025, please reconvene? Okay, members, it's getting a little late, so let's make sure that we take care of the rules today. Also, the staff, staff resos. And if you want to take more time on the committees? Huh?
Do it all today.
Okay. Wonder Woman.
Are you feeling okay?
Don't worry, I can do this.
Okay.
Yeah. Because tomorrow is Friday and I didn't realize, I don't know about you guys, but everybody wants to have a meeting. I mean, we're not even, organized yet and everybody wants to have a meeting. So I set up all these meetings for tomorrow, not realizing I may not be free. Okay, so shall we start again?
I'd like to withdraw or amend my motion to include the Rule 12 and 18A swap. So 2 and 7 swap, as well as 12 and 18 swap. That's the motion.
That's the motion.
Second.
All right, moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Johnson, to swap the numbering from 2 to 7, to 7 to 2, and 12 to 18A. Okay, discussion. Member Paulton.
I think for continuity and for the public, these are ones that we frequently use, so we won't need new notes. We can always still say 17B or 7B presentation, 18A resource person, because frequently used, just keeping the same numbers.
Okay. Everybody understand that? Any questions? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I know the intention is to keep standing committees as Rule 7 and resource persons as Rule 18. I don't think there's a preference on where consent calendar and posting bills and resolutions on council agenda go. And I think it's kind of weird to have like Rule 1 be duties of the council chair, county clerk, and director of council services, and then straight into consent calendar. It doesn't have any order to it. I love order.
Okay, anybody else? Staff, David or Moana, any comments? Moana?
Nope, thank you, Chair. We don't have any further comments.
Mr. Rutz, any comments?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe something general would be apt right after that first rule about duties of various officers. Maybe the rules of procedure, because that overlays a lot or kind of provides background for the rest of the rules. That's your default manual that you would choose when the rules themselves don't provide a mechanism. So perhaps that could be moved up to respond to Councilmember Rollins Fernandez's concern.
What do you think about that, Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. I think it's just, I think we should move our council organizing meeting from January 2nd to December 2nd, because I know that it's like holidays, and then it's just kind of like a mad rush to get all of these things ready for today during the holidays. I think that it solves the problem of it going straight from duties of the council chair into consent calendar, which is a weird order. But the whole thing is not really, it has like it has a flow to it. So I would be willing to take a look at it, and later on I can just support the swaps, I guess, for now. Or we can swap and put the rules of procedure as 2 and standing committees of the council as, and consent calendar as 10.
Okay, could you repeat that, please?
Okay. Rule 2 would be rules of procedure. Rule 3, 4, 5, 6 would stay the same. Rule 7 would be standing committees of the council.
Okay, it was swapping to, oh, wait a minute. 2 would become 9, or 9 will move up to 2, right? And then, yeah, the original 2 would be 7. Is that what you're proposing?
Original 7 would become 10.
Okay.
Did you have an issue with 12 and 18 swap?
No. No, I think they all, the whole thing doesn't really like flow. And so if it's too confusing, we can just swap those two, whatever. If no one else cares, I can just look at it later and try to work on a better flow.
We do care. What? You know how we deeply care about the rules, especially the numbering of the rules, how important that is.
It's like high priority.
Okay. Okay, just so that we don't get confused, tell us again. 1 and then 2 becomes 9. So let's go all the way to 18, okay? Tell us. 2 becomes 9.
Oh, I don't know. Saying it that way, I think is confusing.
Okay, how do you want to say it?
Rule 1 is duties of the council chair.
Yeah.
Rule 2 is rules of procedure.
Okay.
Which was 10. 3, 4, 5 stays the same. Consent calendar would be rule 10. 8, 9 stays the same. Rules of procedure would be rule 2. 11 would be the same. Resource persons would be 18. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 would be the same. Posting bills would be rule 12.
Okay, did everybody get that? Staff, did you get that?
And rule 7 would be standing committees of the council.
All right, did everybody get that? Oh, remember, comma.
Okay, so could we start with rule 1 and just, so the numbers go 1, 10, 2, is that right? So we just have it laid out like that?
It would be 1,
Yep.
10,
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep. 10.
2.
2, okay.
8.
Yep.
9.
Yep.
7.
Okay, but doing it that way would just be swapping 7 and 2 and 18 and 12. Which is fine. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. It might be less confusing, and I can just like look at it later.
We were moving rule 10 to number 2, and rule 2 to number 7, and rule 7 to number 10, rule 18 to number 12, and rule 12 to number 18.
Yep.
So the first one is like a 3-way switcheroo, and the second one is a regular swap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, did everybody get that?
I got it.
Got it? Everybody? Okay, just moving those numbers around. Okay?
And just to keep track of the motion, you're restating it, and then does the seconder, Member Johnson, agree? Yeah. Thanks.
Any more discussion? Okay, Member Paulton? No. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries.
Thank you, members.
Okay, so the numbers have been revised, rules of the council. Okay, other changes? Member Sugimura.
So my ASF is proposing the rules of procedure to keep it at Robert Rules of Order as a default for parliamentary guide, and then take up the Rosenberg Rules of Order if it is, something that the members want to do, and then we can always change this in the future once we review it. So that's the idea.
So that is your motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
All right, moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama, to retain the Robert's Rules of Order. And any more discussion, Member Sugimura?
I got I guess it was a surprise from a community member asking why we're doing this and what is it. And I thought, okay, maybe there may be other people. So if we just leave it at Roberts for today, and then, when Member Rollins-Fernandez, if she wants to, take up other rules in the future, rules of the council, maybe we can take this up in a future day. And I thought the committee that may be a good one to talk about this change, or the Rosenberg Rules of Order, would be a great committee, so that more information can be shared with the members as well as the community.
Is that something you would like to have in your committee, Member Hodgins?
Well, I don't technically have the great committee
Yeah, I know
right
you
now,
don't
so it's
have
hard
it.
for me to say that. However, what I will say is that Casey provided the clerks with a breakdown of the differences, and I'm wondering if maybe she could share it. There doesn't seem to be too much difference, except Rosenberg, which I guess people with a last name that starts with R really like to make rules. It's just a little bit more condensed. Oh, I didn't even think about you, but oh my God, yes, thank you for proving my point. I know.
Okay.
Yeah, like if we gotta, fine, but I would prefer Rosenberg, but if we need a discussion, we can, I guess, now have a 7B in my committee.
And then we have a question from Member Cook.
For discussion, Chair, I did have the opportunity to read the Rosenberg and found it very comprehensive. I understood it. I have not read Robert's Rules of Order because every time I've attempted to, it's been a little, yeah, it's not an easy read. I think that I like the intent is to simplify it. I think that it doesn't eliminate anything. It eliminates a bunch of pages, but I personally found the Rosenberg rules easy to follow, and it would be my preference, but I yield to the body if they wish to have further discussion on it.
Member Paulton.
I agree with Member Cook in that it is way more easier. I mean, 6-7 years in, I haven't read the 400 pages, even though I have the Cliff Notes version and the thick book version. And, to me, this is kind of Mina kind of stuff that we don't really have time for when we're trying to improve the lives of our citizens. 10 pages versus 400 pages. It includes all the things that we usually do. I wouldn't stick to tradition's sake for sticking to tradition's sake. I'm more about functional. So I agree with Member Cook, except for I'm not going to vote against what I agree with.
Okay. Any more discussion before we take a vote? Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I haven't read the 400 pages either. I know, shocker. It's my nighttime reading. I think, okay, so our last term's number of rules is, there's 27 rules, and we've reduced it to 18, potentially 19. Sometimes having rules that specify how actions should be taken help to protect the community and clarify how things will be done. Otherwise, it may give too much discretion to the chair, whoever the chair is, not just the council chair, but the committee chairs as well. Personally, I like to have things outlined, whatever, what we're agreeing to, that way it's clear that that's the process. That's the process that we agreed to. And if we want to change the process, we can change the process, but at least it's clear for both myself as the representative of our county and for the community members, because one of the things that was taken out was public hearings from the rules of the council. And, public hearings are required in the charter, and so it may look redundant, but when I contacted our clerks to ask about when a public hearing was going to be scheduled, and it was a 3-member hearing, and so, they looked to the rules to understand, to get guidance on what the process is. And so by removing these kinds of details, you remove that kind of guidance and, in clear steps that we agree to. And so by not having clarity, it just leaves a lot of power of discretion. And oftentimes that's used against the minority voices. So I'm supporting this motion. Mahalo, Chair.
The motion being to retain the Robert's Rules of Order and refer the Rosenberg rules to the Great Committee? Is that the motion? Okay, any more discussion? Roll call.
Councilmember Pro Tempore Tasha Kama?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton?
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
No.
Councilmember Hudgens?
No.
Councilmember Sinensi?
No.
Council Chair Lee?
No.
Chair, there are 3 ayes, 6 noes, motion fails.
Motion fails.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more motions?
Chair Lee.
Yes.
So the other ASF that you got is establish a new rule amendment to the final reading, replicating Rule 19C of the Rules of the Council for 23 to 25 council term and earlier terms. And this move to amend the resolution Exhibit A by inserting the new rule to read as follows, and this is basically Rule 19, amendment to final reading. And of course, you all know that we all have, used Rule 19C. It takes 6 votes to then, make the motion and to not use Rule 19C. And there are situations that mandates that we do amend a bill at second and final reading. Your question about budget amendments, or the statement about budget amendments, if it is our final budget that we all passed for the fiscal year, that all is mandated by charter, that we need to, follow that, as well as there's federal and state laws. So that will always be recognized. And sometimes, just because of our OCS staff are so awesome, they find clerical or typographical errors in numbering and spelling, capitalization, etc. It's all detailed here. So those kind of things. Or resolutions relating to election, establishment of appointment of the council's officers, committees, or staff, or relating to amendments of this rule. So, but in general, that's it.
So can you state the motion, please?
The motion is to move to amend resolutions Exhibit A by inserting a new rule to read as follows, and it has the whole Rule 19 amendment at final reading.
Okay. Is there a second? Moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama, to amend the resolution's Exhibit A by inserting a new rule to read as follows: Rule 19, amendment at final reading.
Right. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Roll call.
Pro Tempore Tasha Kama,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Uu Hudgens,
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Aye.
Council Chair Lee.
No.
Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 noes, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is that now, we're at any more amendments?
Chair.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I will take up CC 25-1 first, and then we can take up the public hearings together last with your ASF and my posted ASF. Okay?
All right.
All right. I move to amend rules of the council by inserting a new closing sentence in Rule 15A to read as follows. The council member who introduces a bill or resolution has the right of first offer to have the bill or resolution referred to the committee they chair.
Second.
Chair, I'm sorry, could I go ahead and just formally call that item up?
Madam Clerk, Madam Deputy Clerk, are we good?
Screen.
There it goes.
Okay.
Okay. Are we working, or is that just an illusion? The network is slow.
As long as Akaku doesn't call us, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. To the chair, may I request CC?
Chair, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but our staff in Kalana building is saying they don't have sound. Oop, and they just texted us, sound is back. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Mahalo, Director Ratz. May I request the clerks call up CC 25-1?
Clerks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. County Communication 25-1 from Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, transmitting an amendment to the resolution entitled Adopting the Rules of the Council.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So I made the motion to amend the rules to read.
Okay. Discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So I kind of went over it beforehand. So we will have our subject matter committees. And when legislation is transmitted, I guess it's only bills. When bills are transmitted from the administration, it would primarily go to the subject matter committee unless we discuss sending it elsewhere. When it's a council member initiated legislation that the council member who put in the work to draft, do the research, and introduce the legislation should have the first right to have it referred to their committee. And then, just as we do with the administration's legislation, we can discuss having it referred to the subject matter committee or a committee that may have more time and, less of a docket. So that's the purpose of this amendment. Mahalo, Chair.
More discussion? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I support this amendment, and thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, for introducing it. I've written bills that sat in committees that weren't heard. I've heard other bills of the same story. Just plain and simple, my bills are my priority. I wrote the bill. I'm going to work hard on it. You got my dedication because I wrote the thing, So That's why I think it should be given to the person who wrote the bill because they put their blood, sweat, and tears in it. And the last thing is we kind of do this all the time already. We're like, I'm really busy. Can you take this up? Well, it's not really your topic, but I'm busy. You're not. Can you take it? That happens all the time. This is just another way that if we really are sincere on working together, the bills take priority. My bill, my work. Let's roll. Thank you.
I think we need a recess.
Okay, how about 5 minutes? 5-minute recess to 4:35. Will the council meeting of January 2nd, 2025, please reconvene? Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to the recess, we were on a motion introduced by Member Rollins Fernandez regarding, and this is County Communication 25-1.
Ms. Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So the motion was seconded by Member Johnson. And so I discussed what I had to discuss. And if there is no objection from my seconder, I'd like to add to file County Communication 25-1 to the motion, to the main motion.
No objections as a seconder, Chair.
The motion to amend. Yeah. Mahalo, Member Johnson.
Oh, okay. I think the video cut out on Member Johnson's discussion if you wanted to.
Member Johnson, can you repeat everything that you said before the video cut out? Because it was perfect. Just like that, verbatim.
No pressure, huh? Okay. Well, so this is in regards to your amendment. And basically, the 3 points I made was that we have all wrote bills that have sat in committees. Either that committee was too busy or other reasons, but we want to get our bills put out and voted on, yea or nays. When I talk about my bill as being my priority, I put in the blood, sweat, and tears. I worked hard on this bill, so I think it's if anybody's going to champion, it's going to be the bill writer themselves. A lot of us write bills. We want to champion it. The timeline is ours because we're pushing for our priorities, so it makes sense to me. And by the way, we do this all the time. If you're too busy, hey, I'm free. Take my meeting, or I'll have it in my meeting. Like, we do that all the time. That's a way to foster, working together. So I'm in full support of this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Member Paulton.
Thank you. For my discussion, I just have one quick example. At the beginning of last term, I was trying to continue on the work of deed restrictions because we put so much effort and resources into affordable housing as we should. And for it to go away in 5, 8, or 10 years is kind of poho. And so first thing in the last term, I put in deed restrictions for us to start a discussion, not even saying that that's the best, but to start the discussion. Never got a hearing. And then every project that comes up when we're trying to increase the deed restrictions, because if we're going to lose affordable housing in 5 years, what's the point? People are saying, well, we got to make it the same for everyone. The legislation is there and never got a chance to see the light of day, So you can't speak out of both sides of your mouth and then hold on to all the power. That's your poho if you do that.
Okay, anybody? Member Cook?
Thank you. I hear that. I think it seems like in this last term, insofar as with the water issue that Member Johnson and I recently did, I think that it was collaborative, it was heard promptly, and it was at the opening, as the author of the bill basically did the introduction, did the clarification. So I don't know, I think we've been working well together. I don't know how often this has happened, and if it needs, I don't know. For me, the way that it's been working, if we work maybe better at it, then we don't have to make a change. My only concern is as far as resource people, if you have a committee and they're being resource people, they're being called continually for different bills that people are working on that are very similar and overlapping. That's really my main concern, is the resource people that we're due, and whether it's necessary or whether we need to work closer together. I think that, and is my perspective, but I think that it worked well last term on the different issues that I work with my colleagues on. Anyway, that's just my thing. I'd like to leave it the way it is.
Member Johnson.
Thank you. Councilmember Cook, you bring up a good point about the water catchment system bill that I wrote that you brought to your committee. There's another bill, the undergrounding power lines, that you haven't heard. And that's over 80% of the people who've been surveyed on West Maui. They want underground power lines. If you're too busy, and I get it, you've got a heavy load, I'll handle it. I'll champion it. I'll fight for that. I mean, are we going to tell the people out in the community, well, you know, you just got to wait in line, wait your turn, we're too busy? That's not right. We can't be like that.
Thank you, Member Johnson. May I?
Sure.
Thank you, Member Johnson, for that. I believe we did hear it. The reason it was discussed with the Maui Electric and the planning extensively, and the challenge with doing it in line underground, who was going to pay for it because it wasn't a developer.
I'm not here to debate the merits of the bill. I'm here to say, let's have the bill be heard, you know? Like,
I thought we did hear it.
We didn't vote, and there's no legislation.
It was just a presentation.
Yeah, 7Bs is not, I mean, we can do 7Bs 7 days of Sunday, if you know what I'm saying. You ain't getting no bills passed, no laws are happening. I don't want to just sit there and say, here's a presentation, here's a presentation. We're spinning our wheels. In fact, if you ask the people, our supporting staff, 7Bs have been killing them, the amount of presentations we're doing. It's a lot of work for them. And then you don't get no bill out of it. Well, I'm not down for that, you know what I mean?
Well, thank you for the clarification.
Anybody else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So I didn't hear a good reason why, this shouldn't be passed. And I heard a lot of good reasons why it should be. I think that, I just forgot what I was going to say. It's been a long day. I lost it. I'll come back. Sorry.
Okay, maybe I'll stir it up again. Can I do this one real fast?
That's what I was going to say. You reminded me. Mahalo, Chair Lee. Is that committee chairs don't necessarily have the expertise of the subject matter that they're the committee chair of. We have a lot of great examples on this council. And so, because we're not necessarily the experts, we're just the meeting facilitators. If, as the committee chair, you're instead, doing the opposite of the community's work and you're blocking legislation, then as Member Johnson said, that's not collaborative. And you have the 5 votes. It's not like any bills that we introduce, anyone on the minority introduces will pass. You have the 5, and so there's really no risk. It's just a continuation of, flexing on the minority, which isn't cool. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. It's interesting how you characterize things. Flexing. I don't think anybody's doing that. I think a lot of people just do what they think is right, and you don't agree with it. That's all. What I was going to say is that we don't run into too many problems with something like this, instances like this. Once in a while, we do. And when we do, I usually ask all of you, when you have the committee chair and the introducer of a bill collide, I ask you, let's take a vote. Who wants, if it should go to this committee or that committee? And that's how we resolve it. Not everybody's happy, but that's usually the way we do resolve it. And like I said, it doesn't happen very often. A lot of times, the committee chair, from my recollection, will say, okay, you take it because I'm pretty busy. That happens. But sometimes the introducer of something doesn't realize that the committee chair had plans for something similar. That's when there's potential disagreement. Oh, we have Member Sinensi, then Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add to the conversation. I am the vice chair in Councilmember Johnson's, and he had written some good bills, and oftentimes in the last couple months we did try and push his bills through, but to his credit and to the work of his committee, his staff, we did want to stay true to what they were trying to express in the bill. So we did try to, work with his committee, or I would call him up to, to make sure. But there was a lot of, again, people that, if they were, they were against certain things, we wanted to keep to the spirit of the bill. And so I think working closely, or even having him and his staff explain it at the beginning, like one of the testifiers said, then we don't have, any pockets of, okay, what did he mean with this part? So I'm supportive, Chair.
Okay, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So I wrote 6 bills in a 2-year term, and I worked way more than part-time. I know Councilmember Paulton, the amount of work that she does. There's a lot of people on this committee that works really hard. 6 bills in 2 years. If I don't get a bill heard in maybe 2 or 3 months, that 6 goes down to 5. That 6 goes down to 4. What I could have done doing 8 bills, I know that's crazy, but that's the thing, is like, if there's any delay that's outside of my purview, then it jams up the schedule that I'm trying to do. Because I'm trying to make change. And to change a system that is as big as the county government, it's a lot of work. So if there's any kind of delay, that backs us up. And that's what I think this bill is smart, because it says, hey, if you care enough about it, then you put it in your committee as a committee chair member. Hey, that's exactly how it should be. I'm going to champion this bill. This is a bill that I really believe in. Come on, members, get on board. Or, change it and we'll vote on it. But that's really the point I'm trying to make, is if it's delayed from other committee chairs, then it jams up that plan that I want to do 6 bills in a term. I can't. And I'd like to do more. I know my team might not like that. But the thing is, these bills take a long time, and it shouldn't be a committee chair jamming them up.
Did I see a hand on this? Okay, Member Paulton and Member Sugimura.
I'll yield to Member Sugimura because I'm on my second.
Okay. Member Sugimura.
Thank you. So I understand the intent of this, and appreciate, all the work that the council members do for various bills. But I do want to stand by our standing committees so that it is discussed appropriately. And I agree. I was going to say your exact example of what you do on bills, where you put it out to the council members, and then the standing committee will say, oh, I'm too busy, and then, I'll defer to whoever, and you fairly bring it up, and the standing committee chair has the option of saying yes or no with the method that you have established through these years. So I appreciate that. I'm going to vote no against the motion. Thank you.
Member Paulton.
Chair, what is the recourse then if this doesn't pass? How many months? Do we gotta wait a whole term? Because that's what deed restrictions did, wait a whole term. What's the recourse? How many months we gotta wait for a discharge?
It's hard for me to say. It's up to the committee chair.
That's what the problem is. Deed restrictions remain at 5, 8, and 10 years, which is nothing. And that was one of the first bills we put in. Nothing, never got no hearings. Guys is stonewalling, and then they say, oh, we can't just do it project by project. It's BS.
Did you have your hand up? Member Johnson?
Councilmember Sugimura doesn't support this amendment, and I'm curious of what would take you to support it. Would it say, like, if the amendment says, if you don't hear the bill in 3 months, then put it out to pasture and whoever can take it can take it? Or a certain time period, because if we just go in Japanese, sono mama, as it is, then that really does slow down the system. And we've got a lot of bills, a lot of work to do. We got a whole town to burn down, 2 communities burned down. All the previous problems have only been compounded. No one can say housing's gotten better. So why are we slowing this down? So maybe I'm curious, Councilmember Sugimura, what would you think about maybe if like within 30 days, then any council member can pick it up, or some time period? Because wouldn't you agree, like if you love the bill, 30 days is too long to wait of your bills?
So I will honestly say that I stand by the standing committees, and the chairs to make that decision. I don't know what is being held up in your example and frustration, but you can always talk to the other council member outside of this floor, and you can ask them if it's going to come up or not. I think that's a valid discussion,
Okay, you're bringing in the interpersonal relationships, and that's why with this amendment takes it out. We don't have to worry about who's chair, who's not chair. It's just, hey, I wrote this bill, I'm going to champion it. I think every person who writes bills would certainly want that to have. I mean, that's my bill. I'm going to frame it the way I'm going to frame it, right? Wouldn't you guys? But I mean, if you cared enough to do something that's going to change the system and write a bill, then certainly you would be like, give me that flag, I'm carrying it, right? And why am I getting delayed by whoever? And that's really what it comes down to, right? So is there something is 30 days?
Okay, we're going to have a longer discussion about what committee chairs do, but basically a committee chair will look at the bill and say, what help does it need before it can hit the floor, right? So that's part of the responsibility. I don't know what the bills are, but budget, before that comes to me, my budget staff is dissecting it and making sure the math works, the language is correct, whatever, before it hits the floor. So a lot of times there's communication with upstairs, but that's just all part of what happens kind of behind the scenes. So I don't know if it has to be a time frame thing.
Okay, I'm just trying to move your way a little bit, Councilmember, and that's all I got. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Member Bolton.
I would just say this amendment is not about the bills that come from upstairs. It's about the bills that come from other council members that OCS staff works on, which is, it's all OCS staff. So just, I don't know what was being said over there. It doesn't really make sense because the bills that come from upstairs have nothing to do with this amendment.
Okay, may I?
Yes.
We shouldn't have this kind of detailed discussion, but just so you know, council members, when they get bills, I mean, that's what they do. My poor example was upstairs with the budget office, but there's a lot of discussion that goes on before a bill hits the floor. So whatever it is, it's council member to council member can discuss it, or the way that you do it, which is for the public, that's what everyone sees. But there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes before it hits the floor. And that's the prerogative of the chair to say we're ready or not.
By the staff, which is the same staff that helps us write it.
Okay, call for the move. Oh, sorry.
No, let's discuss this. Maybe there is a solution. Just haven't thought of it yet. Member Hodgins.
I hate to burst your bubble. I don't necessarily have a solution. What I will say, though, is that I do appreciate the organizational structure of the committees. I'm hoping not to add to confusion, and I don't think that anybody's trying to add to confusion. But hypothetically, let's say I introduce a bill and Member Cook introduces a bill, and it goes in Shane's committee. If I introduce a bill and I hold it in my committee, and I know it's the first right, so I can say yes or no, and he does too, that means we're having the same discussion in 2 different committees. For me, that would be confusing. I'm not speaking for anybody else. So I do appreciate the organizational structure of the existing committees. I last term chaired the Great Committee, so I don't really have too much bills that come from you guys except Corp Council, and I cannot flex on any one of you or Corp Council. So for me, I do understand it's different, and I'm not really in that position, so I cannot speak for anybody else. I would prefer the structure, the organizational structure, I do wonder, though, if there is some recourse, as Member Paulton said, that if it doesn't get heard in X amount of time, probably 30 days might be too short, as sometimes we're in budget session for a month and a half, right? That's beyond the 30 days. So people do work hard in their stuff, and they do deserve the right to be heard. And I wonder if there's a timeline we can implement, but after we respect the organizational structure of each committee. If not, at least for me, it might get confusing. Thank you, Chair.
I'm cool with some kind of recourse.
Okay, now just need to decide what's a reasonable amount of time. Member Johnson.
That's really where I was going, Chair, a reasonable amount of time. I didn't hear a proposal from you, but I understand over a month, because of budget. How about 3 months, members? Is 3 months too long? But I'm, pardon me? Well, we already heard 1 month was no good. We already heard 1 month was no good, so we're gonna try to go for 2 months. I'm just kidding. How about 3 months? 3 months, members. That's my amendment. I move to amend 3 months to what Councilman Morales-Fernandez was saying.
I'm good with 3.
Any other comments? Member Koma.
I'm okay with 3 months, but when you count the time, is that from the time it actually shows up on the agenda, the council agenda, and you count the 3 months from that time? Okay.
All right. You have a question, Member Hodgins?
More towards the procedure on how things are going to be resolved. If it doesn't get heard in X amount of months, whether it's 3 or whatever we do decide to vote on, so then a member would introduce a communication asking the chair of the X committee to discharge X bill. Is that how this is going to work? Just again, so I'm not confused.
Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. If legislation is not scheduled within 2 months, from the time it's referred to the committee, it will be automatically referred to the council member that introduced the legislation. It's a committee.
I heard him say 3 months.
It's worth a try. 3 months.
Members, consensus? Okay, so I guess you're going to have to change the language on that. All right.
I will withdraw my motion if the seconder will agree.
Draw my second.
Okay. I move to amend Rule 15 of the Rules of the Council to add a new sentence at the end of 15A to read as follows. If legislation is not scheduled within 3 months after it is referred to the standing committee or subject matter committee, it will be automatically referred to the committee, to the author of the, to the council member that introduced the legislations committee with non-substantive revisions and filing of County Communication 25-1.
Okay, been moved by Member Rollins-Fernandez, seconded, but actually by Member Sinensi. Okay, with regard to the change in the motion, and everybody heard the motion, right? Okay, this has to do with referring, an automatic referral after 3 months automatic referral to the introducer of the legislation. Okay, it's a committee. All right? Yes.
I don't know if staff, director, or clerks have any opinion on whether it would be clear to state 3 months or 90 days, because months vary. I don't know.
David or
the number of days.
Mona, you have any comments?
90 days?
I think days is usually the clearest measurement. Thank you, Chair.
I agree. Okay.
90 days.
So it'll say 90 days, not 3 months.
Okay. Everybody satisfied with that? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Well, miracles do happen. Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Sorry, I'll let you enjoy that miracle for a couple more seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, time's up. All right. May I request County Communication 25-2 please be called up?
Ms. Clerk?
Chair calling up County Communication 25-2, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, transmitting an amendment to the resolution entitled Adopting the Rules of the Council.
Ms. Clerk, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So you and I have similar or have amendments to this section of the bill. So this Rule 19. Yeah, because the other rule, proposed Rule 19 failed. Oh, no, wait, it remained. Okay, so it's going to be Rule 20 then. Mine says Rule 19. So it'll be Rule 20 because Rule 19 is the final action, Member Sugimura's proposal. So Rule 20 will be public hearings, and we can take it one at a time. I think we both agree in your ASF and my ASF that it would be after 4:30 or at 4:30 or later. So I think, I mean, if anyone wants to discuss that, we can discuss that. And then mine says, A, the chair will determine the date. Oh, okay. The chair will determine the date, time, and location of any council public hearing except that council public hearing required by law must be held at 4:30 p.m. or later in the community plan area most affected by the bill or resolution. And B, Rule 19A's requirements may only be avoided if justification is provided in a council or committee meeting on the bill or resolution and approved by a majority vote of the council members. And then I would like to add exempting Molokai and Lanai, I guess, and Hana, pursuant to testimony that we received, that it is really important to those communities to have the opportunity, especially since it's two different islands. And Hana is almost its own island, or East Maui. And so that's my proposal. Do you want to read yours and then we discuss? Okay.
Okay, mine is very similar, except it would allow for an online public hearing so that an online public hearing, however, a location needs to be designated in the area, such as Hana or wherever, so that people in that area can go to that location to testify. That's mine. Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so the point of having these public hearings is for the community to be able to be healo a healo with us, because it would be indistinguishable from any of our council or committee meetings by having them testify virtually. The difference is, and it's the reason we have district budget hearings, is because it matters to the communities that we go to for us to be there in person. And so that's what I'm advocating for, that we be there in person for these public hearings in the location that the communities are primarily or most affected, and to have it online as well when feasible. I know sometimes we've tried, like when we do the budget hearings, sometimes the internet doesn't cooperate, so it's not always possible to have it online, but we try to.
Okay. The reason why I suggested my amendment is because if something is time sensitive and we can't all fly out to Molokai, or if we can't get a ferry to Lanai, or for other reasons, that's just going to delay the legislation that maybe the community wants. So this is an option in case of any kind of physical or other types of challenges, storms, whatever. COVID, like for instance, if COVID came back, there's no way that all of us are going to go to a public hearing on Lanai. That's the reason why we had the online meetings. So that's the reason why I brought it up.
Mahalo, I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
And that's why I added the provision that would enable us to waive that in-person requirement. Okay. Mahalo, Chair.
Yep, thanks. Member Paulton.
I just have a clarification question. The thing says the chair would do it. So we no longer have the 3-member public hearings? Oh, that's in the charter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So then what would be the trigger on this? Like any legislation that affects it?
A community plan change is the most obvious one. Remember Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. So it would be the same requirements for public hearings. If a public hearing is required by law, then we would have a public hearing. If there's a 3-member requested public hearing, then it would apply to those public hearings as well.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? If not, does everybody understand? Member Cook.
Could I have some examples as far as like for anything different than we're doing now? I mean, what type of public, I mean, for any land use, for any, just some examples of why we would have a public hearing in a particular area. I'm not negating it, I'm just asking for clarification.
She got it.
Okay. I love that Member Cook thinks I have the county code memorized.
Don't you?
And state law. If there's, so any state, federal law that requires a public hearing, and then in the charter, so county, if there are 3 members that request a public hearing, then there would be a public hearing.
So that's fine. So basically,
The same.
it's the same thing. You're not adding.
No.
Oh, no.
Not adding, just requesting that it be in the community, the public hearing be in the community, and that we as the council go to the community and hear from the community members, their testimony in person after work hours. And then that way they can attend. And then, Chair Lee didn't start the practice of scheduling public hearings concurrently with full council meetings, regularly scheduled full council meetings. So at 9:00 on a Friday, when we have our regular scheduled council meeting, we also have a concurrent public hearing. It was a practice that was started before her. And so when we recently did that, it kind of defeated the whole purpose of having a public hearing, because it wasn't making it easier for the community to be able to provide input to us. And I think that's what we're all here for, representing the community and trying to provide the venue for our community members to speak directly to us.
Sorry, just thought of another question for clarification. The public hearings that are required by the budget, because it affects the county as a whole, it's okay to have it here at the chambers like that. What do we do? The fuel tax public hearing and
they're normally here.
Yeah. And then we usually do those in the daytime too, like at 9, 10, 11 or something like that. Those could stay the same? Okay.
Yeah. Hardly anybody comes anyway to those. Really.
True.
Any other questions?
And Chair, just
yes.
Real quick about the budget hearings. That process is outlined in the law in the county code as well. So So how our public hearings, there's like special requirements that has to be posted, I think like 3 weeks before in a newspaper or of daily circulation, etc.
Yeah, we gotta change that, the daily, because we don't have daily circulation anymore.
Mahalo, Chair. Sorry, Member Hodgins.
Hodgins.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. First, can we please clarify what the motion on the floor is? Is it yours? Okay. Or is it a hybrid?
No. There's no motion on the floor because they're very, Chair Lee's proposal is very similar to my proposal. There's just, I think Chair Lee isn't requiring the in-person part, and mine is. When, you know, if, and then it enables us to not have it in person and to have it online if it is explained why. And then we vote on it. Instead of fully leaving it up to the discretion of the chair, because it says in the old rules and in the current rules posted to the agenda, the chair will determine the date, time, and location of any council public hearing. And so it's full discretion without any transparency or discussion. And so this would enable the council members to have a discussion about why we wouldn't be having it after work hours in the community or community plan area in which it most is affected.
Okay. Glad you brought that up. But I will say, I do appreciate having the flexibility of online meetings. You know, sometimes we all just have stuff. I have 4 kids and a husband whose schedule is difficult to work with sometimes. I do appreciate the fire department, but you know, it's rough. So sometimes I have my kids in the PAI office, you know, like majority of us do. So I would appreciate the ability to participate if sometimes not in person. But I'm wondering if we could also either ask Corp Counsel or Member Rollins Fernandez, most affected by. I get that it's quite obvious in some things. But as an island, most affected by is sometimes universal. Do we open ourselves up to any issue with the most affected by language? I know what your intent is, and I'm not arguing that, but I'm just wondering the specific words.
Mahalo. So I didn't choose the measurement of most. I just drafted it as the community plan area that's affected. But I can see how, you know, there could be community plan areas that borderline, you know, border each other, like Ha'iku, Paia, Makawao. And then, you know, if you have the public hearing at the Paia Community Center or, you know, Ha'iku Community Center, then they're kind of, I guess that's one community plan area. So I guess Makawao. So Makawao and Paia, right? So those are, yeah. Yeah, so like that, or I don't know if there's like, you know, bordering Ma'alaya, you know, going toward West Maui. I think as long as we try to, you know, get as close as we can to the community plan area that's affected.
Okay, can I ask you another hypothetical? Let's say we do something in like Paia or even Oluwalu, and then you have people who like drive through the places to get where they gotta go. Technically, they are affected, but who's most affected? Like, let's say Paia. Let's say we were to have, I would love a housing development, but you know, whatever, in Paia. And we have a whole bunch of people come and we have this meeting in Paia. What I would not want to see is the people from Haiku to feel like they are the most affected. How do we ensure that like doesn't happen? I mean, again, super hypothetical, but we sometimes got to split hairs.
I love how hyper-focused you're on words, because words matter to me as well. I am not opposed to striking most affected and putting something that everyone would feel more comfortable with. You know, community plan area that it concerns is, I think, how I drafted it.
Okay.
But it doesn't have to be a contest. I think
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, but that's kind of what I'm afraid of. You know, is it being like this contest of who's most affected?
Yeah, so I am not married to most. I can strike most. And if affected is also, you know, not a word that you would like to use and like you would prefer related or, you know.
You know, I don't really have the language, but in reading that, you know, I was just wondering how it would work, but thank you. I hear you.
Can we join the conversation?
Oh, sorry.
This is the A and B conversation.
I forgot everybody else was here now.
Only because you realize that when we go to budget meetings in Paia, it's for Makawao and Haiku, you know, so splitting hairs.
Makawao was like when we go up to, we go to Pukalani. So we go Pukalani and Makawao.
But that's not the same place.
No, but it's closer.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I haven't timed it, but.
Yeah, well, you go walk that area, then figure it out. In the meantime, Mr. Cook, you had your hand up.
I just want to say, I'm not opposed to this. I was curious when my question earlier was about staffing and whatnot, sort of like the mechanics of the capacity to be able to do it. I am not opposed to it. I'm just trying to, council services, the ability, what it takes to basically, like when we do hearings for the budget and we go and do our roadshow, and it's extensive. So I just wanted to share that. I'm all supportive of being able to meet in the communities and the people be able to hopefully turn out and hopefully participate, because sometimes they don't. And there's a whole lot of work that goes into, like the mayor's budget in my district, Kihei Community Center. There was more directors, there's more county personnel than there were residents. So, but if there's enough interest, there'll be a lot more people.
Okay, anybody? You want to talk about geographic areas that touch upon each other? No? Okay.
Chair, it's just me and you.
All right, are we ready? Everybody understands then where we are.
Chair, do you mind if I ask a question? Since
Go
this
right
is going
ahead.
to fall to the clerk's office to organize the public hearings, you're right, it is a significant impact on staff. So one of the things that we wanted to make sure is, as drafted, would this still be ultimately the chair's decision of where this is scheduled, or would this need to be somehow agendized to determine where the meeting would be scheduled? Because I think there will be situations where it could fall into, you know, one or more community plan areas or islands. Just logistics more than anything.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I believe when it's affecting countywide, we've just had our public hearings here. I mean, if it's only Molokai, then it should be on Molokai. If it's only Lanai, it should be a Lanai.
I think you could take, potentially this came up a little bit earlier, undergrounding of utilities, but that could be in multiple different community plan areas.
I think we were talking about Lahaina at that time. Yeah. Okay. Anybody?
Did Ms. Thompson get an answer to her question that she's satisfied
Well,
with?
I heard if it's going to be, you know, if it's specific areas, then like Molokai, then we go to Molokai.
Is she satisfied with
Oh,
that
okay.
answer?
Are you satisfied, member? I mean, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I'm after is if the chair makes a decision that members don't agree with, is that going to be okay with body, the chair's decision as to which area to schedule the meeting in, and her direction to us? It's just we don't want to, you know, spend a lot of time and money publicizing something and then have it need to be switched at the last minute, basically.
Mahalo for that question. So I think I understand why most affected was put in here, so that it would give the chair more guidance on determining where that, where the public hearing should be located. I'm open to suggestions if anyone has a suggestion that would strike a balance between, providing enough discretion, but also instruction, like most affected, then you could kind of, make a determination between Pukalani and Paia, and then, it's kind of close.
Would it, yes, Ms. Paulton, would it be okay to say the chair in collaboration with that member's residency area? Or if it's in multiple? Like, if it affects multiple districts, then the chair and that district and the chair and that district, would that be okay, or no, is that sunshine law?
Ms. Rollins Fernandez?
I don't know if that would be a violation of sunshine law.
How about this? You continue, the most affected gives us some flexibility, yeah, because whether it's travel plans or Wi-Fi connectivity issues or whatever, let the staff and I figure it out at what's best for the area that's being affected the most, and what is possible in terms of equipment and, convenience for the public, etc. I think we can figure it out. Yeah. If not, then we'll just make changes. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Member Uuhajans, the most affected.
Yeah, same like you. I'm not married nor immediately want to divorce the most affected, but I was just asking for a clarification and just hoping that that doesn't put us in a spot where it opens it up for us to have some legal challenges because somebody might disagree with the idea of most affected by means, but I understand the intent.
I think the closest we can get to an affected community and it not just always defaulting to Wailuku is
Sure.
like a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm you know me, I'm pretty mellow. Cool.
Yep.
That works.
Oh, okay, very good. Is everybody happy? Okay, let's move on. Where are we? Ms. Clerk?
Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, I move to amend, yours is different. I'm gonna work off of yours. I move to amend subsection A of the proposed rule on public, okay. I can't work off yours, it has to be from mine. I move to amend the rules of the council by inserting a new rule to read as follows. Rule 19, public hearings. A.
20.
Oh, sorry, yes, 20. Rule 20, public hearings. A, the chair will determine the date, time, and location of any council public hearing except that a council public hearing required by law must be must, one, be held at 4:30 p.m. or later. 2, be in the community plan area most affected by the bill or resolution. Okay, I'm gonna stop there for the motion, and then do the last motion separately, because I think we all agree on this portion of it, so we can dispense of that.
Would you consider at the end of that sentence, to the extent practicable? I mean, what if you can't do it at 4:30? Maybe you got to do it at 4 o'clock. I mean, you know.
So that's why my proposal allows that flexibility for that discussion. So for A, 1, 2, and then we discuss the 3, what the 3 would look like. And then file County Communication 25-2. So that'll be the first motion, and then we'll take up the second part of this motion in a separate motion.
Okay. Did you need a second for that? Okay, Member Kama seconded the motion. Any more discussion on that first motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Rollins Fernandez.
Okay, Mahalo Chair. Okay, I move to amend subsection A of the new Rule 20 to add a number 3. Rule 19. Oh, sorry.
20.
My thing says 19, that's fine. Rule 19, oh, sorry, Rule 20s. 20, 1 and 2 requirements may only be avoided if justification is provided in a council or committee meeting on the bill or resolution and approved by a majority vote of the council members.
Okay, that's pretty broad. Second, Member Kama? Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Kama to add that second amendment. Any more discussion? This allows for changes based on the...
allows for the changes. And I think if Member Kama is open to it, I would like to add a number 4, which would require the interactive conference technology when practicable. And then that would enable any of the council members that wouldn't be able to be there in person to join through interactive conference technology.
Okay. Very good. I think you got it covered. All right. Any more discussion on this matter? This additional amendment? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Ms. Bolton? 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Okay, got that. Good.
Chair, could we have a motion to file that County Communication 25-2?
I did that in my first motion. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Okay, I mean, that was so long ago, everybody forgot. Okay, we got that down. What's next?
Chair, we can go to Resolution 25-5, or if you'd prefer to go to... Oh, wait. Oh, we're on the main motion. My apologies.
Main motion as amended.
Yes.
All those in favor of the main motion as amended, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Wait, Ms. Bolton. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries.
And this is to adopt the resolution adopting the rules of the council as amended for the benefit of the public.
Yes.
Chair, can we skip ahead to hire our staff? Because that's, I mean, I'd like to do it all, but we got to hire our staff because they're like working for free right now or something.
Yeah, they're going to turn into pumpkins at 5:40. So can you bring that up, Ms. Clerk?
Yes. Chair, would you like to take 25-6, which is for your director, the deputy director, and then the staff all at
6,
once?
7, 8?
Yes.
Okay, members? Okay. Okay, 6, 7, 8.
Chair, before you are the following resolutions. Resolution 25-6, appointing David M. Rotz, Jr., Director of Council Services, and setting the salary. Resolution 25-7, appointing Rochelle K. Kawasaki, Deputy Director of Council Services, and setting the salary. And Resolution 25-8, appointing the staff of the Office of Council Services.
Member Sugimura.
I move to adopt those resolutions as read by the clerk.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama, to adopt resolutions 25-6, -7, and -8. Discussion, Member Sugimura.
I believe that we all benefit from the talent, knowledge, brilliance of the staff just read, and we appreciate them, so I move to adopt this resolution.
Yes, Member Paulton.
I think we better do this quick before the administration try to take some of our people.
That's true. They've already taken some. Any more discussion? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo. I agree with Member Paulton, so I'll make this very quick. Just extending my sincere gratitude to our director, deputy director, and all our very hardworking staff. We love you guys. Mahalo, Chair. Full support.
Well said. Member Kama.
I just want to add my mahalos also. And I thought that today's inauguration was just fantastic. It was very exciting. It was, people from Oahu told me they could just feel the spirit of aloha in that place. And, you know, the joking that went between Chancellor and Cody, and, you know, just the members themselves, you know, on stage with, and how that whole thing went was like, what did they say the word they used was? It was just, you can feel the mana. That's what they said. You can feel there's mana in this place. So I said, that is so awesome. So I wanted to convey that to our staff. And so I think this is an appropriate time to convey that to our OCS staff. Thank you.
Excellent job. Anyone else? Member Cook.
I also want to thank the staff. It was a very impressive undertaking that they did. They rose to the occasion. It was no small task to go to the MAC and basically put on a production, something that isn't normally, that they would normally do. Yeah. And they did a great job. And big mahalo.
Okay, anybody else? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Okay, very good. You have us for 2 years. Poor things. Okay.
Chair, would you like to go to ordinances, which handles the pay plan for the Office of Council Services? We would just need to call for public testimony, or would you like to complete the resolutions?
Call for public testimony.
Okay. Chair, there's currently no one signed up, but if there is anyone that would like to testify on our ordinance, Bill 1, this is your opportunity. This is last call, and the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Okay. Call it up. Members, any objections to closing public testimony on bills?
No
objections.
No objections.
Okay, so ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 1, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending Section 2.08.060 Maui County Code to revise the pay plan in the Office of Council Services.
Member Sugimura.
I move to adopt Bill 1, 2025 for first reading.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama, to pass Bill 1, 2025 on first reading. Any discussion?
So,
yes,
yeah,
Ms.
so
Sugimura.
when I spoke to OCS about this, just asking, and the clarification on this is that the project assignment specialist, there was a change or correction for that, as well as the council services ambassador. So those are the titles of
the two positions.
Yeah, the two positions, but the pay plan hasn't changed because we already did that. Yeah.
Okay, any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 What happened to Mr. Johnson?
Lua.
Oh, okay.
Excuse.
8 ayes, 1 excused, motion carries. Excused is Member Johnson. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Returning to resolutions, before you is Resolution 25-5, establishing the council's standing committees, defining their duties, and appointing their members.
Well, members, do you want to handle this now, or what? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Can we join Member Johnson? Oh. I would like to take a quick recess.
Okay, well, till 6 o'clock? Huh, 16 minutes?
How about 5?
Yeah, or 10 minutes is okay.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, compromise 10.
Okay.
To 10:55, meeting in recess. I mean,
5:55.
5:55 meeting in recess, 10 minutes. for the council meeting of January 2nd, 2025. Please reconvene. Ms. Clerk. Members, do you have any problems with taking up Rezos 9, 10, and 11? Okay. Ms. Clerk, can you take up 9, 10, and 11, please?
Sure. Resolution 25-9, approving the appointment of a council member as a member of the Conservation Planning Committee. Resolution 25-10, approving the appointment of a council member as a member of the Kula Agricultural Park Committee. And Resolution 25-11, approving the appointment of a council member as a member of the Council on Aging.
Well, members, don't all rush to raise your hand. Member Sugimura.
Okay, so I move to approve Resolution 25-9, which is approving the appointment of council member as a member of the Conservation Planning Committee.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama to adopt Resolution 25-9. Member Sugimura.
And I have a question before I make this amendment. Is Member Senensi the current person, right? So I wanted to put him back in. Is that fine with you?
You want to do it?
Yeah, you're fine.
He
Okay.
said yes.
Okay, so I move to amend this to add Council Member Senensi to the Conservation Planning Committee.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Hodgins to amend the resolution to add Member Shane Senensi's name to this resolution.
Yes.
Okay, discussion, Member Sugimura.
He is a sitting council member and he shall continue the work that he's doing. If you want to hear from him.
You have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, we would like to continue to work with the green print. The committee has been working with the green print, so we're hoping in this next term to hopefully we can complete that plan. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
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 Okay, 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Main motion as amended. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did call or recalling Resolution 25-10, approving the appointment of a council member as a member of the Kula Agricultural Park Committee.
Member Kama.
I move to adopt Resolution 25-10.
Second.
Moved by Member Kama, seconded by Member Sugimura to adopt Resolution 25-10. Discussion, Member Kama.
Yes, I move to amend the resolution by adding the name of Yukile Sugimura to the Kula Ag Park Committee.
Okay, moved by Member Kama, seconded by Member Hodgins.
Thank you.
To add Member Sugimura's name as a member of the Kula Ag Park Committee. Any discussion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. For the same reason which Member Senensi continues his work, is to continue the work that they've already started until they believe that they've accomplished that.
Okay, any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. The main motion as amended, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution 25-11, approving the appointment of a council member as a member of the Council on Aging.
Member Sugimura.
I'd like to make the motion to approve Resolution 25-11, appointment of a council member to the Council on Aging.
Second.
Moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama to adopt Resolution 25-11. Discussion, Member Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would like to amend this to include Member Senensi's name to be a member of the Council on Aging. I didn't have a discussion with you, and I hope it's okay with you, Member Senensi.
You too.
I am the sitting councilman for the Council on Aging. I know Ms. Amaral Kraus said should be someone like at that age level, but
You're
but
too young.
it's fulfilling work, and I'm appreciative of the appointment. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone, Member Paulton?
And we might be making it be aging and disabled in the future. Not saying that Member Sinanci is disabled, but it's more broad.
Yeah, good. Okay, all those in favor of the main motion as amended, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries.
And then the main
Oh,
motion.
that was on the amendment,
Yeah,
okay.
amendment.
Okay, now the main motion as amended. Raise your hand, say aye.
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 9 ayes, 0 noes, Member Paulton. Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, let's go back to 25-5, I guess. Is that the last item?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, everybody, hold on to your seats. Let's get through this as painless as possible. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recalling Resolution 25-5, establishing the council standing committees, defining their duties, and appointing their members.
Okay, members, you have any objections to taking up the Y committee and the What's Up committee
No.
first? Okay. Okay, let's go with the Y committee. Let's see, Water and Infrastructure Committee. Anybody want to make a motion on that one?
I can make a motion, but I've got to find it. What page is it on?
It's 2.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I move to approve 25-5.
Okay.
Establishing councils.
The Water and Infrastructure Committee.
Okay, Water Infrastructure Committee.
Okay, seconded by?
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama, to approve the Water and Infrastructure Committee as described.
Yes.
Right? Now, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Chair, if I could just ask you, could we do a motion to adopt Resolution 25-5, and then
sure.
maybe doing motions to amend, to fill in the
Okay.
committees?
Okay.
So I'll make that motion.
So the motion actually now is to adopt
motion.
Resolution 25-5, seconded by, made by Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Kama. And so we're starting with the Water and Infrastructure Committee.
Okay.
Only because I heard that there doesn't seem to be a problem with this one.
Okay.
Okay, Member Cook, discussion.
I propose to make an amendment
Oh, okay.
to, well, basically, page 8, detail 8, the description, taking the water authority in paragraph I, water authority and community regional boards, going to the WhatsApp committee. It's currently listed in here, and discussing it with Member Sinanci. It would basically be the Department of Water Supply interface as far as water CIP projects and municipal water supply aspects would stay in the Y committee, and then all other aspects of the watershed and everything that he's working on with the board would remain in his committee. They've been working diligently on it, and I think that will work well together. So that's my proposal, is to make that deduction from my committee and an addition to his committee.
Okay,
Second?
that's okay?
Yep.
Okay, the verbiage, let's see, David, are you gonna take care of that? Oh,
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we're keeping track of the motions. We got that.
okay. All right, so it's been moved by Member Cook, seconded by Member Sinanci to make that change. You may have to repeat that for the record. so that the staff can, make that correction on your description and his description, committee. Okay? Let's see, do you want to repeat it, or do you have it in writing?
Pardon?
Do you have that in writing?
I don't have it in writing. Basically, I'll repeat it. Paragraph I is oversight of the Department of Public Works, Department of Water Supply, Department of Environmental Management, excluding Environmental Protection and Sustainability Division, and then striking out Water Authority and Community Regional Boards, and before the Maui Metropolitan, including the Maui Metropolitan Planning Organization, but in place of the Water Authority and Community Regional Boards would be clarification, Department of Water Supply, Municipal Water Supply, and CIP. Which I don't know if that needs to be clarified in there or not, but that's what the...
Okay, there's no way all of us are going to memorize that. Rollins Hernandez.
Her. What I understood, and if this is correct or incorrect, just correct me, is under I, strike water authorities and community regional boards. AI.
Yes.
Okay, confirmation from Member Cook that that's what it is.
No, because your explanation was much longer than hers.
No, well, it's clarification of our agreement. I think that's fine, just striking that off.
The action itself is just striking that part under I, water authorities and community regional boards.
Okay.
That's it. That's the action. And then his rationale is much longer.
Yeah.
Okay. So all those in favor of that action, raise your hand. That motion.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Any more amendments? Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I did not speak with Member Cook about this, or anyone. I just looking. In the last term, having housing and land use together, so which includes planning, but it doesn't call it out in the title as we used to have it, is really heavy. It's a lot. We are expecting to get the South Maui Community Plan to council, and I was wondering if Member Cook would be open to perhaps moving that kuleana from HLU to VAI.
We'd have to ask HLU.
Yeah, I would like to ask the HLU.
Oh, well, I mean, we didn't approve any committees yet. We're discussing ideas.
Is that not me under 2D? Page 3, 2D. I thought so. That was how it was last term as well.
Okay. Processing procedures for general plan.
Comprehensive community plan updates and processing procedures for community plans.
Yeah, for 2D. Do you know why I was separated from processing procedures for general plan?
I think it's because I did such an excellent job on the West Maui community plan update.
Okay, maybe we can move that there. I don't know, I'm just trying to lighten the load on HLU because that was too heavy and a lot of things kind of sat for too long. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sure.
How did we end this one?
Processing.
Status quo,
Yeah.
okay, status quo. Member Sugimura.
Yes, I have a question. Because we know that we have all this CDBG, DR funds, all the funds that are coming, state revolving fund, whatever, that Congress will soon notify us in writing what it is going to be. Infrastructure is a very critical part of as it connects to housing. So I want to be sure that the infrastructure bills, water and wastewater, which primarily is those funds, does go to Member Cook's committee to be discussed.
Is that a motion?
I just want to hear Harry's opinion. I can make a motion, fine, okay. So I'd like to amend this, I don't know what alphabet it would be, is to, I move to include in water and infrastructure the amendments that will come down, or the funding that will come down for the future of the HUD, CDBG, DR funds, or whatever that whole, I'm not sure what the legal terminology is, and maybe Corp Counsel can give it to us, because I know that you have been working on it. But if that can go, the parts that are related to infrastructure and water can go to this committee.
Corp Counsel?
Thank you, Chair. My understanding is that the proper language for that would be the CDBG-DR funds.
Okay, but it's greater than, right? Because the CDBG-DR is part of the 1.6.39 billion, but there's also state revolving funds and other funds. I'm not too sure. I think the water infrastructure ones are the state revolving funds that's going to come, and I just want to capture whatever that federal funding is that we anticipate to get around January 15th, that the rightful part can go to this committee for discussion.
Chair, I would suggest perhaps getting a hold of Mr. Nishita to get the, I don't know, other than the CDBG-DR, or
Okay,
maybe Member Paulton knows. She looks like she's raising her hand.
Member Paulton?
Thank you. I moved to amend for number 2. It was inadvertently left off Office of Recovery and Recovery Related for disaster recovery, to include that under number 2.
That's the DRIP committee.
Oh, wait, I thought we were talking about water infrastructure.
You gotta wait for Mr. Nishita. And I already talked to Mr. Nishita about DRIP being disaster recovery, and that it would be beneficial to them to have all the recovery stuff housed under one committee. And I would like to be the disaster recovery because I live in Lahaina.
Okay, so you understand, Mr. Cook, what she's saying, that the CDBG DR funds are going to be earmarked for Lahaina. So Member Paulton has the DRIP committee, which is the Disaster Recovery, International Affairs, and Planning Committee. So,
they did say that some of the projects, they don't all have to be in Lahaina. So if it's not a project in Lahaina, then that's not what I'm looking to chair of.
To oversee.
To oversee.
So is that's okay with everybody?
I'll second that motion, because she made a motion, yeah? You gonna make a motion to do that? Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay, so I just want to make it, since it's going to affect your committee the most, if you have, you understand and you're agreeable to that.
No, I'm agreeable. Basically, Department of Public Works, the Environmental Management, Wastewater, Solid Waste, and the Department of Water Supply in the Lahaina area is a very unique aspect of it for the other part of the island, working with all of them.
Okay, good. I'm glad you think that way, because, okay, good. So let's vote on that then. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
So I have a question before we go.
Okay.
So we're voting now, we switched to DRIP, Disaster Recovery, International Affairs Planning.
Mainly because the DR funds were brought up.
Okay, so we don't have to ask Mr. Nishita. We're just going to proceed.
I already asked Mr. Nishita when a few days ago.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Everybody ready to vote, or you want a roll call? Do you want a roll call?
Fine.
No.
We're fine. If it's all West Maui and
Yeah, it's all West Maui. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries.
Oh, so we have kind of why, what's up, drip, but we never did see who were the members of those committees. When does that part happen?
Next. After we do that.
Well, yeah, I did kind of jump the gun a little, because I was trying to deal with the, I thought, easy committees first. And then knowing that most of you would probably retain the same committees. And since the what's up and why had kind of have an agreement, I thought maybe we could just dispose of that one. Then the issue of the DR funds came up. That's what happened. So it kind of got jumbled up a little.
So I forget how it usually goes. Like, so we decided what the committees have, and we also decided that Member Cook was the chair of the VAI and Member Sinensi is the chair of the What's Up.
Yeah.
Then do we say who's the members of those committees? I'd like to be on both. I'd like to be on all, just trying it out there. But at what point do we determine the committee membership?
Fill in the blanks.
No, Chair, so the leadership and the composition of the committees remains to be moved and then decided on.
Okay.
It could remain the same as it is, as from the last
Okay,
term or changed too.
So we didn't determine the leadership yet either. Oh, okay.
No, I just
Are we
assumed. I
ready?
just assumed that you folks would like these two young gentlemen to take over.
Where?
But we can deal with that right now, so that won't be an issue. Let's start with Mr. Sinensi. So essentially, he would have the same committee. He would be the chair. Mr. Sinensi, did you want the same committee members?
We had a 9-person committee, but if anybody else, I mean, up to.
Okay, and then who was your vice chair?
Member Johnson.
Okay. Do you want Mr. Johnson to be your vice chair?
If he's agreeable.
Certainly.
Okay. All right, so now we're looking at your committee as it's composed now with the same members, the same leadership. The description would be a little different with the amendment we did with Mr. Cook.
We would add chair under F, the oversight of the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Department of Human Concerns and Water Authorities and Community Boards, Chair.
Okay. Oh, I thought it was just East Maui.
But that was what was in the VAI committee, Chair.
Okay.
Or stricken from there.
Okay. All right, so is that everybody's understanding? Can I have a motion to that effect?
Thank you.
Move to, do we need a main motion?
Well, we're actually just making amendments right now to the main motion of Reso 25-5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So,
and you're under that.
Okay, move to amend the Water Authority, Social Services, and Parks Committee under letter F, oversight of the Department of Parks and Recreation, the Department of Human Concerns, and Water Authorities and Community Boards.
Okay, second. Seconded by Member Cook. Okay, any discussion on that? If not, all those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have one committee done, finished.
All the members.
So the second one should be the Y committee. You want to make a motion? Member Sugimura?
I move for Member Cook to be the chair of the Y committee
With the same member, you had 9 too,
We
yeah.
had 9 also.
The same membership. Who was your vice chair?
Me.
Okay. So you have to say all that.
Oh, and for me to be the vice chair of the
And
committee, the Y
the
committee.
same committee
And the
members.
same committee members. All 9 want to be on the
Okay.
committee. Mr.
Okay, let's make that one motion. Okay. Moved by member Sugimura, seconded by member Cook. Okay, so the next amendment would be whatever you deleted from your committee to go to
Put into
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp.
So maybe you can repeat what you deleted from your committee.
Aye.
We delete the Water Authority and Community Regional Boards,
Yeah.
Water Authority.
deleted from mine.
Okay.
Into
Okay,
WhatsApp.
I was reminded we did that already. Okay, so that's clear. You're done. Y committee is done.
Did we vote for that? Did we vote?
No, apparently we voted on it already.
We do
Okay,
need to vote on the leadership and the membership being 9 members, right, of What's Up.
We're good. 2 down.
His vice chair is Sugimura. He's the chair, and then all members would be on his committee. So we have 2 committees done. Okay, the third committee that we could probably do now is the Great Committee.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Chair, so they didn't vote on What's Up or why, right? We
Mr.
didn't
Nine.
vote on the leadership and membership of What's Up or why. So we just need to do that.
Actually, we did, you know.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah,
I said
once-
you, and then you said Johnson. Everybody in favor? Okay, so
I move
Want a
to amend
formal-
the reso that the leadership and membership of the Y and VUSUP committee remain as it was in the last term.
okay,
Second.
All in favor?
all in favor. Raise your hand
Aye.
and say aye. Okay, we got that? 2 committees down, right?
And we can do great and drip next.
The Miss Clerk, the 2 committees are down, right? Okay. Now let's go to Great. Great, Ms. Paulton, since we on a roll with you, you want to do the,
Sure. I move to amend the reso to adopt the same leadership and membership of the Great Committee as last term.
okay.
That's
Moved by member Paulton, seconded by member Kama, to approve the same leadership and membership of the Great Committee and description.
and description as posted.
Yeah. Okay. Any discussion on that? If not, all those in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Okay, 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Member Paulton.
I move to amend the reso to include the posted and amended description of the DRIP committee and to have the same leadership as last term. And I propose to make it a 9-member committee because it's very likely we'll be taking up the South Maui Community Plan this term. And I think it's, kind of critical that all members participate in the community planning process because we're all representatives of all of our communities. But if anyone wants to bow out, I'll understand, but that's my proposed amendment.
Okay, moved by member Paulton, seconded by member Hodgins. Okay, proposing the changes that we've already voted on and the same membership, the same leadership, except 9 members this time instead of 7.
All 9.
All 9.
So the chair is,
Everybody got a heavy load this coming year.
it is.
Chair, just a technical note, if staff may interject, please. All council members are members of all the committees, but it's just the question is who are voting members. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Sorry, technically I meant all voting members.
Okay, so 9 voting members now you're going to have.
if people would like to bow out, I mean, I can't force you to do the work.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. So drip is done.
Who's your vice? Is Nohea?
Okay, now we come to, let's have another easy one. Ms. Rollins Fernandez is busy. Let's try budget. Member Rollins Fernandez, you ready? Okay. Did you want to change your name? And okay, let's hear it. Is it going to be complicated or what?
Only for those that know Olelo Hawaii. Okay. And no meaning N-O, don't know Olelo Hawaii. I move to amend asks, or efficiency solution and circular systems asks to Komike Aloha Aina Ka'a.
Okay, changing the name. All right.
Second.
Okay, moved by member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by member Paulton to change the name of the Essex Committee to what you just said, the Aloha Aina, right?
Komike.
Komike.
Aloha Aina.
Right. Committee. Any discussion, member Rollins Fernandez?
Oh, it doesn't have a committee. Komike means committee.
Okay.
Yeah, so Komike Aloha Aina. Yep, that's all.
So the change in name, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Okay, 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Now, description, is it gonna be different? No? Oh, no. What about composition?
I'm the chair.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah.
I don't
Okay,
know.
okay.
I don't
you're
know what
not
everybody else wants to do.
Okay, so you're not asking for a 9-member voting committee then?
Unless they all want to join Komike Aloha Aina, I'm not opposed to it. Come on, join the fun.
I can make the amendment if you want. I move to amend the resolution to have the Komiki Aloha Aina have the same leadership and membership as the previous ESCS committee last term. Unless anybody would like to join Komiki Aloha Aina.
So who's your vice chair? Okay. All right, all those in favor of Member Paulton's motion, raise your... Of course, who was the second to that motion?
I was.
Okay. All right, moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez. All those in favor of that motion, raise your hand and say aye, please. Aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. You're done. Oh, you're not done. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Almost done. So Member Johnson and I were discussing potentially just having it once a month. I know that's not what we're talking about now, but that's what we're thinking about. Like, and then we would share the day, and then because I don't know when we talk about what days, but I would like to share the day with Adapt. I am assuming that's would be the yeah.
Well, we've tried to accommodate you because we know you have to fly, so you know you kind of pick the day you want.
Yeah. So if we could share Thursday, and then that way we'll stay overnight for the Friday meetings.
Okay.
And so Adept would have the first committee meeting day all Thursday, and then I would have the second Thursday in the committee week, and we would just have our meetings once a month.
Okay, that's fine. Any objections to that, members? Okay, so you're done. Or do we have to vote on that too? Okay, so you're done. Now, Member Johnson.
Chair, I'm happy to do exactly as I did before from last year. I've got plenty of work on my table.
Okay.
I don't know what else you want me to add to that, but there's...
Okay.
Sure, as well as Vice Chair Senensi, or Councilmember Senensi, would you be down to be my Vice Chair? All right.
Okay.
All right.
I move to, or you want me to do it?
Now, Councilmember Paulton has mentioned that she wanted to be in committees. Would you want to come into my committee and then maybe, I don't know, anyone would swap out if that's
I would. I think I have pretty good attendance in your committee.
Ain't that, okay, yeah, that's the truth, all right. I don't know if someone, you would, okay, so if Councilmember Rollins Fernandez would switch, and that'd still keep me as the same membership. Everything Sonoma Mama as it is, except for, these two folks switching out. Councilmember Sinensi would be my vice chair, same number of seats, just two different members switching out.
Okay. You want me to do the thing?
Yeah, you're on a roll. Please.
Okay. I move to amend the resolution to have the ADEPT committee retain the same leadership. The membership would be the same with the exception of member Rollins Fernandez would be removed and myself would be put on, and the description would be as posted. That's the motion.
Okay. Any discussion? What? Second. Who's seconded? Member Kama seconded. Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. So we have one left. Oh, yours and, okay, both of you. Okay, who wants to make a motion? Member Sugimura.
So I move that the Housing Land Use Committee has membership or has a chairmanship of Member Kama and a vice chairmanship of Member Hodgins. And it's a 9-member committee, so it would be everybody. That's my motion.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion or any discussion? Discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I think the committee subject matter itself is too heavy. So that's why I was trying to figure out how to move some things that maybe Member Kama wouldn't be opposed to letting go. Like, I guess processing procedures for general plan, if that can go with the community plan amendments in DRIP. I don't know how many things came up for that.
Alton has something.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to support this. Like we said, we can all love each other and disagree. They thought that it was a heavy load for me to be a vice chair in DRIP committee, but this is gonna be, if you wanna do it correctly and let people have their opportunity to speak, have members have their full opportunity to vet things, I don't believe it has been shown with the current leadership that the physical capacity is there. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But, we have huge heavy lifts coming up. The short-term rental, people are going to want to talk about it on both sides. And they're going to be upset if their time gets diminished. There's other land use ordinances, big things, heavy lifts. And from what we've seen in the past, it hasn't been fair, it hasn't been transparent, and it hasn't been accountable. So there's no way that I can support this.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I understand what I hear the frustration Councilmember Paulin speaks of. Bill 103, 104, 105, all should have been in committees and heard. These are bills that are really important to folks whose houses burned down, the non-conforming, the kitchenettes, the ADUs, all those things could help the folks who lost everything in West Maui and upcountry. The just agenda is just too big. It's just too big for one committee. We have to I would propose taking anything related to West Maui, go to DRIP from HLU. That would be my proposal to kind of lighten the load. It's just work. That's all it is. It's not these are my things and I covet them. It's just simply work. These bills, 103, 104, 105, we should have been on those so fast, those people who are waiting for those bills, they're stuck in limbo. So, nothing personal, but it's just too much of an agenda. It's too big. So I would propose what I just said. Thank you, Chair.
Point of information is that Bill 105 really affects Lahaina, but 103 and 104 is countywide. But it affects Lahaina because 300 people have put in permits not being able to do a kitchenette or whatever. And if we decide we're going to allow kitchenettes, what is that? More money, more amendments to their plans when each change of the plan costs money. People have already put in for wet bars with the intention to turn them into illegal kitchenettes. And it's because, you know, the administration, they did rush it through because they thought we were prioritizing Lahaina recovery. They were baffled that we're rushing through and prioritizing Wailea 670 while 103, 104, and 105 sits on the shelf for 6 months. And 103 and 104 doesn't relate only to West Maui, it relates to countywide. But we're not acting like we're in a housing crisis when the housing crisis got way worse after August 8th, 2023. We wanted to increase by housing by 5,000 units. We decreased housing by like 5,000 units in one day. And we're not acting with that sense of urgency on all the things that could get us more housing. And realistically, it doesn't affect me. My house didn't burn down. It affects all the people that elected us to represent them. All the people that are struggling with $5,000 rents for studio apartments. All the people that are like having to move to the continent, having to move to Oahu, Hawaii Island. That's who it affects, and that's who we pledged to be here for. And if it continues on this way as it continued last term, we're not helping them, we're hindering them.
Okay, anybody else? Members? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to strike D, processing procedures for the general plan, and E, implementation of the digital map project, and move that to DRIP with the community plan updates.
Chair, excuse me, as I understand it, we have a motion on the floor concerning just the leadership, and then that it's a 9-member committee, but not the subject matter of the committee at this point.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion to retain the description? Member Sugimura.
So I did make a motion for Member Kama and then Member Hodgins to be vice chair of HLU committee. So
No, but
what else do you need?
to the description of the committee.
Okay.
The scope of work.
Well, we could take, if Vice Chair Sugimura wanted, she doesn't have to include this description at this point. I was just saying that we had that motion on the floor versus adding in the description. So if you wanted to just take the leadership and membership motion now, or it could be withdrawn and amended.
Okay.
See, the reason why she's saying that is because somebody made a motion to amend the description when we didn't even vote on a description. You know, we only voted on the membership, right?
Okay. So you want to take it in pieces?
We haven't voted on the membership and leadership yet.
It was a motion that I made, but I didn't include the description.
Okay, why don't we just get through them? Leadership and membership.
And membership.
Leadership and membership. Raise your hand, say aye, if you agree.
Roll call.
No, that was my discussion. I can't support this
I see.
motion.
Okay. All right, roll call.
Chair, I have discussion. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
You had a discussion, okay.
Okay, of course, I appreciate everybody's work, but at the end of the day, I can't support this motion. I feel like some of our folks have been being neglected. And the thing is, if if we're gonna focus on luxury homes when, I can't even say it, we're focusing on luxury homes when the whole town burned down, we're neglecting these people, and it's kind of an abuse. You can't punch down and double tap these folks who've already been traumatized by having a fire. They should look to the government for help, not, like we say, hindering, right? So I just can't support the motion. Where's the urgency? I feel the folks are being neglected, so I'll just end on that. Thank you, Chair.
Member Rollins?
Mahalo, Chair. I will not be supporting the motion on the floor for the same leadership. I think my colleagues before me have pointed out all the most relevant points. This is a really heavy committee, again. And I won't try to amend the subject matter or the content right now. I'm sure we're all like pretty tired right now. It was a long day. It's exhausting. And it can be like physically taxing on us to do this work sometimes, especially if we're going to do it right and go into the communities to do public hearings, later in the night. And we have to have, the flexibility, a flexible schedule, and, just the physical ability. I don't know. I don't know. I'm exhausted right now. I can imagine everyone else, how everyone else is feeling. So I think, as everyone said, this is like really heavy lifts. It involves a lot of work, and not just work in the meeting itself, not just the time that we spend here on the floor deliberating and trying to, strike a balance with each other. But it requires a lot of work outside of our meetings. And this isn't a part-time job. We're paid like we're part-time, but we all know that that's crap. Because the amount of work to do this right requires a lot of time and meetings with different people to, get the legislation just right. And I don't have confidence in the previous leadership to be able to, meet that requirement. Mahalo, Chair. And unfortunately, we don't have the votes. Testifiers asked for Member Johnson to be the HLU committee chair. I could make that motion right now, but it would kind of, I don't know, maybe I will make the motion. I move to amend HLU committee leadership to be Member Johnson to be chair.
Second. Moved and seconded to amend the motion to name Member Johnson as the chair of the HLU committee. Any more discussion? Yes, Member Rollins.
And mahalo for entertaining my motion. I know we don't have the votes. I didn't even ask Member Johnson if he was open to doing it. But I want to do justice to the testifiers that made the time to come and speak to us, share their feedback, and take a vote on it. Give them that, show them that their time is valued by us by making the motion, deliberating on it, and then taking the vote, and then that way, our committee members can see. Because as they said in testimony, Member Johnson did a fabulous job when he was chair of housing. And I don't think it was HLU at the time. It was Affordable Housing Committee. It was AH. And as Member Johnson, mentioned earlier, there's a lot of structural system changes that need to be made. He didn't just wait to see what the administration would transmit to his committee. He did the work to meet with the community members, to meet with the Department of Housing and Human Concerns at the time, to try to figure out where is the pinch points, where is the problem? And then that way we can go into the policy and amend the policy so that it would improve the lives of our people, because that is where the problems are. And Member Johnson did that work, even though he lived on Lanai, and would fly over here to meet in person with the community, with the departments, and try to get that work done. And that's the kind of level of commitment and time and energy and passion that we need for a housing committee, for a housing committee chair. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Paulton.
Thank you. This is all heavy lifts. Land use is complicated. Housing is complicated. And I feel that we gave it a shot. There was an opportunity for people to do what they wanted, and the community is the one that paid the price, and especially the West Maui community. There were times when I was asked, what can we do to help your committee? And I was like, well, Bill 105, Bill 103, 104, 105, multiple times. And it was just backburnered. And I know that there's the opinion that they came to us not ready. That's because there was a sense of urgency. Awamo gave it to us, put it in our hands, and we take it over. Whether it's perfect or not, we don't have that discretion to just be a roadblock for folks trying to put their lives together. There's a saying, home for the holidays. They just want a home to go to, even if it's not their home. And this was a huge disservice to my community. What a committee chair really is, if it's a good committee chair, is a facilitator of the process. And multiple HLU meetings were canceled. Multiple HLU meetings, it was stated by the chair that she wants to expedite things. She wants to finish quickly. Obviously, other priorities. And that's perfectly fine. Nobody's saying we need to awamo this heavy kuleana. But don't monopolize it if you're not willing to facilitate, if you're not willing to do the meetings, if you're not willing to put in the time. That's what's the problem is. It's not that that's the problem, is that it has been shown to not be beneficial to our community in the past 2 years. That's the problem. And I'm not willing to waste another 2 years while my community suffers. There's no way. Because you folks don't have to go and look my community members in the eye when they don't have a place to live. You folks don't have to hear all the problems that they're encountering. The Housing and Land Use Committee, many of you folks never even show up to the community meetings that are held 43 times in the last year. So, it is cowardice to covet and greed all this power and not use your voice, your facilitation to help the community that you won't even come to see face to face, to hear what their struggles are, and just continue on, prioritize luxury homes that aren't even shovel ready. It's a sad, sad day for our community if this is how it goes down.
Member Sugimura.
So I made the motion for Tasha Kama again to chair this committee, and Member Uu Hodgins, who has done planning and has done projects related to housing. And I think that both of them, with their expertise, can and do a lot of work in terms of leadership. 9-member committee, which is important. And I don't believe that Member Kama has withheld bills in malice. And I don't know what all these stories are, and I do believe that the community meetings that are held every Wednesday with, in West Maui with the administration is very valid. And, you know, to hear from the community members, not face to face, but we do get emails. I will tell you that we do hear from West Maui residents. So it's not like we're not paying attention to them. I just want to say that I think all of us during, you know, our work has prioritized West Maui. And I do want to thank everybody. I mean, our budget that we passed was a glowing example of everybody working together for a cause that we know was very, very important, just like, you know, housing is. And I don't think that this committee has on their master agenda housing projects that are sitting out there waiting to be heard, or in past terms, we've had that situation of projects not getting heard for various reasons. But on projects that are before the council, I think that the chair has taken it, moved it forward. And I just want to express my support for both of them. Call for the question.
Member Cook and then Member Johnson.
I call for the question. We can just ask.
It's the chair's job to call for the question, not your job.
We can ask for the question.
Not everybody got a chance to do their discussion, and you're calling for the question. That's the problem.
Well, sorry, I didn't know there were other hands up. Your call.
Member Johnson.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll try to be quick and for my discussion. When I was chair of Affordable Housing, this is what it took for me to write a bill. I met with the administration. I met with the lawyers. I met with community members. I met with builders. I went back and forth with all these people, hammered out bills. It's Herculean to get a bill passed in affordable housing. It takes months. I'm not a builder. I'm not a contractor, but I am a member of the working poor. Those homes that we build for affordable housing, I would qualify before I took this job. I was a single dad living. I know the story of what it's like to be a member of the working poor. So that's the passion. That's the gasoline in my engine that got me to try to get bills passed that help support our community. That people know the deal that some of these affordable projects, they're not affordable. They're not for them. So we tried to change the system, and it's such a big lift. So, you know, if I don't get, look, I know we don't probably have the votes, but that's somebody who does take this job. That's what you have to do. That's the big lift. It's huge. So if whoever gets this, I hope that you commit yourself to doing that kind of work, because it's not just a brain drain. It's a culture drain. It's our people's drain. They're leaving. We got to understand that the inaction is action. When you prioritize this, you don't prioritize that. And when we see luxury homes being prioritized and then others not, that's the issue, right? So that's all I wanted to say on that. Thanks, Jim.
I'm not scratching my ear this time.
Mr. Cook.
I want to say, like, I was the co-chair for housing in the last term, and with Member Hodges being the co-chair this time, the intent basically is I think that she'll do more heavy lifting and be more of an asset while I'm busy doing my thing. So I think that the collaboration between the chair and the co-chair will be very beneficial and it will bear fruit. Vice Chair, thank you.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that I did not state it was done out of malice. I said not the physical and mental capacity, more than not out of malice. And I also wanted to clarify that I don't have any qualms if Member Uu Hodgins is the chair. I think she has the physical and mental capacity, but that's not what's being proposed. And also wanted to clarify, we're not saying it's housing projects, it's bills, 3 bills that would enable people to get more out of their housing. Kitchenettes, more density per square. Not saying that I agree with everything as written, but the people in our community deserve for us to work it out and continue to work it out until we have something that the fire department feels safe with, the community feels safe with, and would allow for more housing. It's not housing projects, it's bills that would allow for more housing. So if this thing fails with Member Johnson, I'm perfectly fine with Member Uu Hodgins being the chair of Housing and Land Use, but I'm not okay with the chair being as status quo.
Ms. Kama, you want to say something?
Only if everyone's finished speaking.
Oh, I'm not.
Okay.
Who are you pointing to? Okay, member Kiani Rollins Fernandez.
This would be my second time.
Second, 35th time. Okay, member Shane Sinansi.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, mahalo, Chair, and I appreciate the discussion. And I do hear my fellow colleagues, Chair, and the importance and the levity of this particular committee. We did return from our Sonoma trip with the NACO, and we did visit some of these fire-torn areas, the Tubbs fire in particular. And it took them 7 years, but after 7 years, 90% of the properties that burnt are finally building back. But it took, like Member Johnson said, a Herculean effort to do this. So I do feel the weight of this committee and the work that needs to push it through. And so, no qualms to Member Pro Tem Kama, but the levity of this and the work that needs to be pushed through, including all Chair, the different factions that need to go into this, including the Wednesday meetings, the CBGDR funds that are going to be part of the Office of Recovery. So it's not just one piece, it's going to include, everybody. And I think what I'm hearing is that people just, the members want to help. I mean, we all want to be on every committee because it's important, especially at this time. We've never seen every day, Member Paulton goes to Lahaina and I wouldn't be able to see, when you just see flat everything. Yeah, just nothing. I mean, there's glimmers of hope when you see all the homes that are starting to come up, but it's going to take, even more from all of us. And I pledge my support to get this done. I mean, it's going to take, like Member Rollins Fernandez said, even in our, when we're tired, when we're staying up late, this work, we still gotta, I think everybody believes that and everybody feels that. So, mahalo, Chair.
Okay, last time.
This is my second time to this motion. And then after that, I won't speak to this is the motion to amend the amended motion. Okay. See, now you throw me off track.
It's all my fault.
It's all your fault. Oh, man. Okay, you want to go and then I go?
Sure, even though you're just going to repeat what I just said, but you know what? I don't want to wait. The thing is, in all fairness to Member Kama, she was dealing with a department that didn't even exist yet, yeah? And a fledgling department when it started, and it's still trying to find its feet going forward. I do remember the Queen Ka'ahumanu project, you know, affordable housing. What's that one in Kihei, off by Lipoa Street? Hagai, but what was the name of that hotel? No, it was a hotel before. Anyway, that is now affordable housing. And so there are the big ones that went through her committee and did well. Unfortunately, she is sort of blamed for the Wailea 670, which is unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. I think a lot of people don't understand that this was the third council to review that project. That project has been in the mill for over 16 years. And when it came to us, it really wasn't for a change in zoning. That zoning was done years ago. It was to take out the golf course. It was to put in the preservation land, the cultural preservation land, and a few small other changes. But it turned into something that people started to say, oh, why don't we have more affordables in this project? There's way too many market. But people didn't see the history and the progression of this project as it went through the system. And the other thing people don't understand, you know, unfortunately, is that whenever you have affordable housing, somebody is subsidizing it, whether it's the government or whether it's private market homes. Somebody is going to have to subsidize it. Otherwise, it's not going to be affordable. And that's the way it is. You know, people like Cook and I have been in the business for a long, long time. People say, why don't you have more affordable housing? The fact is, if somebody doesn't pay for the affordability of that house is never going to be occupied by people of low to moderate income. And that's a fact. So, you know, when you take everything into consideration, you know, everything, all the circumstances, our chair has done a good job. She really has. Can she do better? Yeah. I can do better. We all can do better. But, you know, it would be nice to see the effort you guys put together earlier in the day to help one another, to help this committee. Let's do this. I know you don't want to, but let's try. Okay, don't try then. But for the others that are nodding your heads, let's try. You know? I mean, we're starting off a new year. Let's do it on the right foot. Okay, now it's your turn to talk. Okay, your turn to talk.
Okay. Mahalo for, contextualizing a lot of the challenges that we experienced in this last year. The motion on the floor that we have before us right now that we will be voting on is the motion that I made to nominate Member Johnson as the HLU committee chair. And so I'm going to speak in favor of that motion, and then I'll wrap up with my final thoughts on the motion before my motion, and that way you don't have to call on me again. Member Johnson got 6 bills, drafted and passed 6 bills. During budget, he advocated for the creation of a division that the county would build housing for our people again. And that was under the leadership of Member Johnson. During budget, he also put funding toward creating a website to match, local sellers with local buyers, to try to keep the housing market more affordable, because it's not only about subsidizing new housing, it's about keeping the housing that we have now affordable. It's the system that profits off of how we use our housing that's the problem. And Member Johnson, Member Paulton, I introduced a bill to remove housing credits under 2.96, and Member Kama never scheduled that either. And these are like the systemic changes that is necessary. Member Johnson also attends a lot of the, I don't know if I should say a lot. He attends the Lahaina community meetings Wednesday nights. Not all of them, but I've seen him at least several. The projects that you brought up, the Queen Ka'ahumanu Center, and the other one were not initiated by Member Kama. They were initiated by the developers going through the process, and it came from the administration, and then it's just a matter of moving a project through the committee. She didn't initiate the project, so I don't know if like taking credit for that project would be appropriate. This doesn't feel good, for any of us to do. Like, I'll speak for myself. I spoke in favor of you serving as our council chair and how fair you were and how much joy you bring to our meetings. It would be an injustice to our community to not hold folks accountable for things that they need to be held accountable for. And it's uncomfortable for everybody. But when power like this is held and abused, and then the community suffers because of it, it is incumbent upon us to speak to the injustice. Because even though we don't have the votes, and we know that this is going to go through anyway, we are the voices of our community members who voted for us, and even those that didn't vote for us. We are their voice, and they need to be heard and seen when we deliberate in these chambers. Member Kama did not introduce any bills. She often falls asleep in meetings. I didn't want to say that, but that's part of accountability. And if you're not even able to stay awake during meetings, then how can you be doing your job? And I'm sure there's a good reason. I'm not saying there isn't one. But if you cannot stay awake during meetings, then this many important issues shouldn't be under the care of that person. It's important to understand that these are systemic problems that need to be tackled. In the earlier remarks, you're saying that we just need to keep building, and that is not, we're not gonna build ourselves out of this problem. It's a matter of how housing is distributed. And that's gonna be coming up very soon with the Minatoya list bill, phasing out A1, A2. That is about how housing is used, and it's not being used to house our people. And we need to focus on the redistribution of housing for our people. Mahalo, Chair.
give you credit. I think some of those remarks were, inappropriate, but go ahead.
I just want to say to everybody here on this council, thank you, first of all. Because I know what you're thinking, I know what you're feeling, and I also know what your feelings are towards me, which I think is okay, because we're elected here by a body of people out there to do a job. You're all doing your job. I'm doing my job. Because we all are accountable to the people who voted for us out there. And I say thank you because I really do mean it. And as noted earlier, Member Hodgins traded places to support me in HLU committee. So we acknowledge that this is a heavy lift. And that's why we asked for the switch. So I'm very grateful for that. And I hear what you all are saying, and I don't hold anything, or I don't feel offended. I'm very grateful, because these are the kinds of discussions that are hard to have, difficult to verbalize. But that's what true love looks like. So I'm proud of this council. And I'm proud of what you speak about, how you speak about it, because that's what's in your heart. And that's what we all do, what's in our hearts. Now, as far as luxury homes, caving into developers, so on and so forth, those things don't come to my head. What comes to my head is how many units can we turn out a year for our people? And our people doesn't necessarily mean those who fall below 80% AMI, because everybody across the MI structure needs housing. We complain that we have to fly off island because we don't have enough technicians or doctors or nurses, but that's because we have a housing problem. So if we don't create housing for doctors, nurses, technicians, and all the other professionals that we need here, then we're not going to get what we need. So for me, I understand and I hear, and I do take all of this stuff that you folks say. I don't believe it. I don't believe a lot of things that are said about me, but that's not my job to believe everything about me. My job as the housing chair is to make sure that we have housing for all of our people, for all of our community. And so I appreciate the comments that were said here. I appreciate the support of my majority. But I'm very much aware of what I am doing and who I am helping and how that helps everybody. Not just some people, but everybody. And that's my job. And thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay, let's go for a 5-minute recess, Chair.
Okay. Let's just make it 5 now, because we want to finish this up, okay? 7:27. This meeting is in recess. Will the council meeting of January 2nd, 2025, please reconvene? Ms. Clerk, where were we?
Madam Chair, the motion on the floor was by Member Rollins Fernandez regarding having Member Johnson be the chair of the Housing and Land Use Committee.
Okay, now we're going to have roll call. Okay, roll call, everybody. Ms. Clerk.
Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
No.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
No.
Councilmember Paulton.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
No.
Councilmember Hodgins.
No.
Councilmember Sinensi.
Aye.
Council Chair Lee.
No.
Chair, there are 4 ayes, 5 noes, motion fails. So the motion currently on the floor is a motion by Vice Chair Sugimura regarding the leadership and membership of the Housing and Land Use Committee, chaired by Member Kama, Vice Chair Hodgins.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make an amendment, but before I do that, I'd like to hear from the council member I would propose to be a chair of the Affordable Housing. And I'm going to ask straight up, Councilmember Hodges, would you be willing to take on this as chair? And I would, if you would agree, then I would make that motion, but I'm not going to waste everybody's time if you don't feel like you're wanting to do that.
Thank you, Member Johnson. I really appreciate your confidence in me. I really do. At this time, I'd have to politely decline. I'm happy to sit as vice chair and help Member Kama and this council and this county do everything we can to support the Housing Committee.
I'm not going to burst.
Thank you.
I'm not going to toot my own horn here, but I did write an omnibus bill as chair of Affordable Housing as a freshman. So you have more experience than me already on that part. You know, Chair Lee, I'm trying to make, you know how you like us to negotiate and work together. Chair Lee, I don't want you to look at this as same old, same old. So don't you feel like you could come up with something to make it so that we can get a unanimous vote? I mean, I don't know, Chair Lee, it's for me, one of your strengths is working together, you know, getting us to work together. But also this kind of falls on you as Chair Lee, or as chair, like if there's bills sitting, languishing, that's going to help our community, Bill 103, 104, 105, that alone makes me want to change membership. So, Chair Lee, I know you're good at working with these chickadees. How can we make this happen? Instead of just 5-4, unless that's what you guys do, you do. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, first of all, my decision-making is different from yours, yeah. And I try not to get emotional about any of my decision-making. It's facts, circumstances, community, you know. And the facts showed me that when we took up those bills, as important as they weren't ready. You know, we sent it back to the planning department. So, you know, you can hardly blame a council member for a bill not being ready.
If I had a bill that the administration gave me, I worked my darnest to make it ready, cook that bill, right? Because you have administration on board already, and that's part of the way you get the bills passed. If administration doesn't like the bill, it ain't going nowhere, right? So the fact that they introduce it, you take that football and you carry it over the finish line. I mean, that's the way I would look at it. But I hear where you're coming from, Charlie, but I just want to make my point.
Yeah, and I understand that, but don't forget, the Ohana Assistance Program, they received more calls of interest on that than anything that they ever had in housing. And it took over a year and a half, and just like a couple weeks ago, we had to make a change to it. And all the people who have been waiting have gotten nothing.
It proves my point.
You know, your point is you should run for mayor. No, really. That's what you should do. You're not going to fix it on this level. Really.
Yeah. Well, if they give me half of a cookie or half a baked pie, I'm going to cook it the rest. You know, that's the way I would look at it. Is because if they're like you say, if they're not giving us the goods, then we got to do it.
Yeah, well, that's what I used to think until the Ohana Assistance Program came along. I've never seen such bungling of something so major, you know. It's unheard of, inexcusable, and just downright ridiculous, you know. And there's so much blame to go around. It's not just one person, you know, it's so many. It's within the administration, too. Yes, Mr. Senensi?
Thank you, Chair. I guess despite the vote outcomes, I was just thinking, and then to support Member Kama in her role, maybe, and we were looking at some of the things to help her, as a full council. And so I would make an amendment to maybe move any housing legislation that is related to the disaster recovery into the DRIP committee. And then that way, we can, with all of the CBDG, DR funds that will be moving there, we could, technically address it in the DRIP committee. And this would be just specific to Lahaina. And I would just, just to focus, the focus is already laser sharp there. And so, and if Member Kama would be willing, for those housing projects that are in the west side, just to, kokua from the other members. That would be my motion, Chair.
Ask her. Any comments? Member Kama?
So I'm looking at the Housing and Land Use Committee. So what alphabets are you looking at?
I guess I was just looking at just any general legislation that can expedite housing in the disaster recovery area. So it would be specific. It's more of a general projects that we could move towards the and maybe put it in the DRIP committee only because of the funding that would be coming down for the federal government. And again, Member Paulton does have the Office of Recovery working with them and bringing up all of those issues. So it's just something to consider, moving any housing legislation in the disaster recovery, Chair.
I give you credit for coming up with a suggestion, whether it's accepted or not, but, that's the kind of thing I want to encourage. I've been told I'm out of order.
Oh.
We're only on the membership, but we're not talking about the description.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we are?
So,
okay, so we got to go back.
What was that?
I was just saying to him, whispering that we would have to vote one more time on leadership, and then we can discuss the contents of the committee.
Okay. Don't look at me. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Regarding the Ohana Housing Unit Program, that was what, 150,000?
100,000.
Up to 100,000. Up to 100,000 free money. I mean, who wouldn't sign up for that? Of course, there is going to be a lot of demand. It's $100,000. That's more than the Farmers Micro Grant for $25,000, which is like one of the bigger grants that we grant out. As many of us have demonstrated, you don't have to be a committee chair to introduce legislation. So anyone could introduce, Member Kama could introduce legislation that she thought would help housing and would put more people in housing, as she said was her priority in her remarks. And the final thing is, I know you said that it's not nice, but it's not untrue. And that's part of accountability. Like, if someone's physical limitation prevents them from being able to complete a job, then as leaders, we're supposed to step up to that and then either take on different kuleana that your physical limitations would allow you to spearhead or lighten the load. Like this, the demand on this is rigorous, and it, I don't know, you know, we care about you as a person too. You know, you shouldn't be running yourself into the ground for this, you know, this type of work. This committee is heavy, and I care about your well-being. I really don't understand.
Okay, we have to move on. Member Cook, can you keep it concise?
I'll be concise, but I want to step up as from the chair of my committee, which is Public Works and Oversight, and I want to point out that the review and permitting process is a very major impediment and to our housing issues. And for HLU, that's one of the challenges that they don't have any control over, besides the departments being set up and stuff. So I want to just share with the group that we collectively have an opportunity this term during the budget cycle to work with the administration to come up with creative ways to push, pull, drag, throw the department's current processes, whether it be outsourcing or AI or whatever it takes. If people can get permission to build, if people can get permits, and it takes the time and the risk away from building, our community will and can build much more. And I just want to, I feel it's painful to be saddling all of the housing lack on our current chair. And I just wanted to share that with the group, that is part of my kuleana to fix this problem too.
It's all of our kuleana. Member Paulton.
Thank you. And as we said before, it's not a blame for not having housing. It's in the process of facilitating. I'm not going to be supporting this amendment because I constantly hear, let's get this over with. I don't even want to be here. All these things, and it's discouraging that the facilitator of one of the most important committees can't keep their eyes open, constantly makes remarks that they don't want to be there, and doesn't. Cuts testimony short, starts the meeting late. You know, it's not that we're saying all the problems are because of one person. We're saying that it could be so much better if we would let party politics out of the way. Everybody's seen the results of the election. The people that got the highest number of votes are not in the position of power. So, you know, you can go ahead and act like you have a divine mandate because you have 5 votes, but you guys barely puka 30,000, you know? So this is simple party politics, creating shield for folks that aren't pulling their weight, and it's gonna be the public that suffers. And, you know, I'm sorry if it hurts people's feelings. I'm looking at people that lost everything every day. I'm driving through a burnt out town every day. None of you guys have to do that just to come here. And so I ain't taking that into consideration. Just being straight up that it's not acceptable to the job that was done for the last 2 years in the Housing and Land Use Committee. It's a hindrance to this entire county to grasp at this power when you're not capable of wielding it.
Anybody else? Final. Okay, so we're going to take a vote on the leadership, okay? Roll call.
Councilmember Pro Tempore Tashikama,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Yes.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Aye.
Councilmember Senenzi,
No.
Council Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, there are 5 ayes, 4 noes, motion carries.
Okay, now on the description. Okay. Description. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. On page 7 on the HLU, letter I, appointments to the Housing Advisory Board, I move to remove that from that committee, from HLU, strike that from the committee, and add it in as J in the Great Committee. Appointments to the Housing Advisory Board.
Second.
Okay, and discussion? It's been moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by who? Member Paulton. To remove, what is that? Membership on the Housing Advisory Board.
Appointments to the Housing Advisory Board. That way we can keep all the appointments of the boards and commissions in one committee.
Oh, okay, good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Do we have a housing advisory board? Because I don't remember doing any appointments to the housing advisory board. Got it. Support. Okay, I support the
Okay,
motion.
Member Cook.
I propose adding H on page 7, proposals to increase the availability or affordability of housing, if that could be duplicated into the DRIP committee.
Member
Point of
Rollins.
order. We're on the motion to move housing advisory board to great. And then we can take up yours one after.
Okay, I thought I was adding to it.
Okay. So you're going to hold off on that? Yeah. Anybody else on Member Hodgins' motion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Okay, any other motions? Member Cook.
I move to move line H on page 7, proposals to increase the availability or affordability of housing, if it's possible to also have that on the DRIP committee. It seems like it's basically an advocacy that could be appropriately used in Lahaina as well as kept into the HLU for the rest of the island.
We might need to check with Mr. Rotz.
David, Mr. Rotz.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question.
There's a motion on the floor to move under Resolution 25-5 to move, which is H, proposals for increasing the availability or affordability of housing to the DRIP committee.
Chair, to duplicate that in DRIP. So as I understand it, it would be in DRIP as well as in HLU.
Or to duplicate that? I thought you said to move it.
No, I meant to duplicate it. My logic is that basically the DRIP committee is in the Lahaina reconstruction, but that particular function is also useful and necessary for the entire island, unless the DRIP committee wanted to do it for the entire island. But it's a process of enabling these things to move forward.
Member Paulton.
I'm willing to do it for the entire island. The issue with the bills 103 and 104 is all those people need to rebuild and know what they're able to rebuild, but those bills affect the entire county. It's not only Lahaina. I guess that's where we're at, is it would help Lahaina right now to know what they could or couldn't do, but those bills don't only affect Lahaina, they affect the entire county. So that's the root of the problem, I guess.
Chair,
Yes?
my thought is basically with Member Paulson's working on it in Lahaina, which is under a lot of, is being fast-tracked in many ways, may be a way to pave the way to get that done, and you focusing on that area. And the HLU basically keep that within it, and so we can be implementing it countywide. Thank you.
I'm open if our staff says it's legal.
David, your comments?
Thank you, Chair. It's a policy choice for the body.
Okay. And if Corp Council says that we can move 103 and 104 for only Lahaina?
Corp Council?
This is kind of out of my lane, but I might suggest that if you're going to duplicate it to say comma for those, if it's going to relate to Lahaina only, if the idea was to have it relate only to Lahaina. But I think, and Mr. Rotz can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that if you want to move a bill to any committee, you folks, this is your decisions. I mean, you have these jurisdictions that you've laid out, but it's certainly up to you folks whether you want to move a bill to another committee. If that was your question, I'm sorry.
So what they want to say is the ones that affect Lahaina, and 103, 104, and 105 affect Lahaina, but they apply countywide. It doesn't only affect Lahaina. So that's the issue, is it wouldn't be 103, 104, and 105 because they don't only affect Lahaina. But it's important to Lahaina at this time because everybody's putting in for permits of what they want to build.
But what I'm hearing is that's entirely up to you folks, which committee you want a bill to be heard in. And it will affect the whole island. It doesn't, I mean, my language was just a way, I didn't understand the duplication of the jurisdiction, but I think I get it now.
Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so if we're duplicating this and just repeating it in the drip as is, verbatim, then when a county-wide bill that would improve the situation for Lahaina comes up and is in council for referral, then we can have that discussion and explain how it's going to help Lahaina, like 105, and then send it to DRIP.
Member Kama?
Yes, Chair.
Your thoughts? You agree?
Yeah, I can agree to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we have the exact words? Yeah, the exact words.
Would that be 103, 104, and 105 coming to DRIP?
103, 104, 105 going to DRIP.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair. So those specific three bills aren't on your agenda for today's discussion. If you want to just generalize the discussion, that would be one thing, but I'd stay away from the specifics. Thank you.
Yeah. She meant like 103, 104, 105. Anybody? Okay, anybody else? So what is the motion? To move these proposals for increasing that one?
So it would repeat subsection H under DRIP as well. Same.
Okay, everybody clear on that?
Yeah.
And there was, we didn't get the seconder on that.
You didn't get?
Second.
Okay. Moved by Member Cook, seconded by Member Johnson, to move item H under HLU number 6. Proposals for increasing the availability or affordability of housing.
And that was to duplicate it, I believe.
It would be duplication. So, I mean, I'm not meaning move, I mean, delete H. It's just duplicating H under DRIP, the DRIP committee. Everybody satisfied with that? Okay, can we, all those in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, good. All right, anything else? Well, let's hear from Mr. Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. As I was speaking earlier, I move to amend C under page 6, land use ordinance, to read land use ordinance except items relating to improving disaster recovery.
Okay. Except
Second.
Relating to, did you say items?
Yes.
Yeah.
Relating to improving disaster recovery.
Sit on those two.
I
Second.
think that we got a second there.
Okay. Since it's going to affect your committee the most, Member Kama,
Yes.
up to you.
No, that makes sense to me.
Okay. So it's been moved by Member Sinensi, seconded by Member Johnson? No, Member Rollins Fernandez, to move land use ordinances except relating to items, except items relating to improvements in disaster recovery. Okay? To the HLU committee. I mean,
The DRIP.
not the LAMS, the DRIP committee, I'm sorry, to the DRIP committee.
Chair, I understood the motion to be just amending section C to say land use ordinances, comma, except items relating to improving disaster recovery. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. Moving that, not moving it, but repeating it, duplicating it, or just amending this. Oh, okay, that's right. So do we have to amend the DRIP committee?
Point of clarification.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
I guess I understood that that was the amendment. The amendment was land use ordinances relating to disaster recovery.
Accepting.
Except, okay.
So do we have to put that description in DRIP?
Yeah. It would have to be corresponding. So land use ordinance, so the second half of that motion would be land use ordinances relating to disaster recovery under DRIP.
Yeah.
Okay, so motion by Member Sinensi, seconded by Member Johnson. Okay, discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. Next,
Chair.
Member Rollins
Okay,
Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. You're giving all my seconds to Member Johnson. Okay, so under the DRIP, there's, where'd it go? Comprehensive community plan updates and processing procedures for community plans, appointments to community plan advisory committee. But so I don't understand why under HLU, processing procedures for a general plan, and it was separated out. So I move to move D and E under DRIP, processing procedures for general plan and implementation of digital map project.
To move it to where?
To DRIP.
To DRIP.
Second.
Okay. Okay, can you repeat those letters again?
Under HLU, it would be D and E. So it would strike it from there. And then it would move it to DRIP.
Member Kama,
Yes.
do you want to keep this or not?
No, I think you can go to DRIP too.
Okay.
D&E.
D&E.
6.
Member
Processing
Poffin, are you willing to take D&E?
I'm willing.
Okay. So who was the maker of that motion? Was it you, Member Rollins Fernandez? Okay, it must have been Mr. Johnson who seconded it. Any more? Oh, Member
It was
Sinanci?
Member Sinanci.
Okay, he seconded. Okay. I tell you, it's getting late. You know why I know? Because you folks require so much attention. All right. So now, any more discussion before we take a vote on that? Everybody got that? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All ayes, no noes, motion carries. Are there any more amendments? If not, then whatever is left as listed in the HLU committee, Housing and HLU committee, all those in favor of retaining that in that committee, please raise your hand and say aye. Oh, we need a motion now. I made the motion. You folks are driving me crazy. Member Cook, you made the motion. And seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez.
Chair, so we were just amending one by one the items under the committee. There wasn't a main motion. The main motion right now is to adopt the resolution.
Okay, we don't have to specify retaining all the rest of the items. Okay. All right. Okay, so we're done. Any more amendments on HLU? All those in favor of the motion to adopt the resolution with the changes? I thought we were going, I know we have BFED, but I thought we were going one by one. You know, we did Y, we did what's up, we voted on all of yours. So I wanted to vote on HLU, but if you don't think it's right.
Chair, if you'd like to, if none of the other sections of HLU are amended, when you adopt the main motion, when you're completely done with all of the committees and all of that, then anything that wasn't amended would be adopted as proposed.
Okay, we didn't handle the others like that, though. Okay, now budget. Okay, we're scrapping the whole budget. No, I'm just kidding. All right, budget. Come on, folks. We're down the home stretch. Come on, folks. No changes? Okay.
So I'd like to move for the leadership for BFID, for myself to be the chair, and Member Kama, who's been my vice, to remain.
Okay. I think it would have been better for Member Kama to make that motion.
Okay, so moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Member Kama, seconded by Member Sugimura, to move that the chair be Member Sugimura and the vice chair be Member Kama. Okay, everybody? Any discussion on that? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes.
Chair,
Yes.
discussion.
Oh, okay. Yes, Member Rollins.
Mahalo, Chair. I will be voting against the motion. I asked Member Uuhajins if she would be willing to serve as our budget chair. She told me no, because I thought she did a great job at facilitating great committee in her first term. And so now she has more experience, and committee chairs are meeting facilitators, as we've stated many times tonight. And what I like in a committee chair is for someone to be efficient, like how my committee name used to be. Because we don't like meetings to have to drag out unnecessarily, especially if it's like procedural problems. I think, I mean, we don't like to do public math, but I think, Member Uuhajins did a good job with public math. She corrected some of my public math earlier. But a budget chair doesn't necessarily have to be like super great at math, but I mean, it's kind of important. And then to just understand the budget process and how it works. And even after serving as a budget chair for a term, definitely better from the first month, but still not a whole lot of improvement, sorry. Staff consistently has to remind the chair that's on the member Sugimura to close public testimony, to take public testimony, to read an item, to entertain a motion, to make sure that there's just like real simple, straightforward, procedural matters ends up taking a lot longer. Meetings end up taking a lot longer and is more confusing than it needs to be. It's just, getting in and out, understanding, having, so when I was budget chair, I tried my best to explain what it is we would be doing with this item, where it came from, some background, some questions I knew to anticipate from the council members. And then I would answer those simple questions, or when I meet with the budget director, I would get the information from her or the finance director, and I would explain all these things so that we didn't have to waste time asking questions that I already asked the budget director and the finance director. And because I did all that work before the meeting started so that I could provide all that information so that once we get the motion, then boom, everything is explained. We don't have to go rounds and rounds of questions and answers because I already asked a lot of the questions that I knew the members were going to ask because they asked consistently similar questions. And so member Hodgins has done that in the Great Committee. And I know she already told me no. And I told her I wouldn't make the motion for her to serve as the budget chair because she already told me no. But just commending you on a work well done. And member Cook too. You've improved a lot in the 2 years in meeting facilitation. But so I cannot support the motion on the floor. Mahalo, Chair.
Anybody else for discussion? Roll call.
Councilmember Pro Tempore Tashikama?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton?
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins?
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi?
Aye.
Council Chair Lee?
Aye.
Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 noes, motion carries.
Okay, any other amendments? Otherwise, we're going to vote on all of the committees right now. Okay, we need roll call. Roll call.
So Chair, just so that I'm sure, we're voting on the passage of Resolution 25-5 as amended.
Yes.
Councilmember Pro Tempore Tashikama?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton?
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins?
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi?
Aye.
Council Chair Lee?
Aye.
Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 no, motion carries.
Okay, we're done. Anything else?
We're done.
Anything else? Okay, no announcements. Okay. Thank you, everybody. What time did we start anyway, after we came back at 2 o'clock?
Good job,
Okay.
Shirley. Thank you for sticking out. You're not feeling
You know
well.
what? I didn't even think about dinner. Sorry.
Slave driver and star of us.
Thank you.
Sue me.
I move for reconsideration.
Thank you. You guys did a great job. Thank you so much for pitching in, helping out, coming to a compromise. Yes.
So I wanted to echo what Member Kama said earlier about thanking OCS staff. I know there was a core committee, but it looks like today everybody worked super hard.
Oh.
It was a fabulous day at the inauguration.
You wouldn't believe how everybody had a role, had a major role, and they worked really hard. That's why when you guys contacted me like the day before with changes, oh my gosh, it was tough. I know you didn't.
I didn't.
But it was hard because they had this whole thing wrapped up, about a week ago after going through a number of iterations. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff.
Good job.
Good night. Drive home carefully. This meeting is adjourned.